just going to be, I have physical therapy. I changed things. So I don't want you guys getting upset with me, but I am going to rush it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 21st, 2020 board meeting. Supervisor Gray, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Begin.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's wonderful to see so many folks in attendance this morning. The first item on our agenda is oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Can I see a show of hands of how many folks would like to speak under oral communication? Oh, that is, I'm going to say outstanding. However, I will have to put some time constraints on it. I'm going to ask everyone to please, we want to give you an opportunity to make your point, but please, as you can see, there are a number of individuals that would like to talk to the board this morning. So going to ask that you hold it to 3 minutes, and board, we may have to consider a little bit of extra time. Please approach the podium.
Barbara Dressler, Sonora, California. The 2017-18 Tuolumne County Grand Jury's finding number F8 stated the TCEDA board and staff serve on multiple boards and appear to be in conflict of interest. John Gray, Carl Rodefer, and Sherry Brennan served on the TCEDA board during the era which the grand jury findings cover. County Counsel, Sarah Carrillo, completed the conflict of interest report for this grand jury finding, but stated in open session of the TCEDA that the report will not be released to the public, citing attorney-client privilege with the TCEDA board members. John Gray and Carl Rodefer used a closed session of the TCEDA to vote against releasing the conflict of interest report, further signaling their desire to hide its contents from the public. John Gray, as chairman of the TCEDA, JPA, has had the authority to release that conflict of interest report. The public can only conclude that Gray, Rodefer, and Brennan are compromised by that report, and their self-interest is more important than being truthful to the public they serve about conflict of interest. I am asking John Gray, Sherry Brennan, and Carl Rodefer to honor their oath of office and release the conflict of interest report to the citizens of Tuolumne County immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you, board, for listening to me. My name is Mystery Bradford. I have been a resident of Tuolumne County since 4th grade. 18 years ago, when marijuana became a medical marijuana, Officer Perlowitz told me, Mystery, go down to Oakland, get your medical marijuana, because we know exactly why you're using it, and it lets you have a better quality of life. And for 18 years, I used it. When I lost my kids because of other drugs to CWS, the judge told CWS, you may not take her off her medical marijuana because we know exactly why you take it. I had medical records, all the stuff from the VA. I am a 100% disabled vet. I have lots of emotional, mental, and physical disabilities from the VA that prove it. And medical marijuana is the only pain medicine I am allowed to take because I don't want to take opiates or anything. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Holly. I'm with the District Attorney's Office and Victim Witness. Today I'm here representing the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition. We are a team of local agencies who meet every month in order to prevent and combat child abuse awareness. And I just want to let the community know that we are holding a film screening on February 12th at Columbia College. The film is called Broken Places. It's a documentary that follows a group of people from childhood to adulthood, and they all undergo some kind of childhood trauma. So it shows them how it affects them in adulthood. The film is great for anyone who works or deals with children in any aspect. Again, it's February 12th at 2 o'clock in the Dogwood, I believe room 1 at Columbia College. It's free, but you do have to bring $2 cash for parking. I did leave some flyers on the back table, but I don't know if they all got picked up already, so you can email me for more information if you want. My email is hbrown@co.tuolumne.ca.us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Butler, and I'm here to comment on your cannabis regulations. I live in District 3, and my mailing address is Sonora. I have been a CPA for over 30 years, owned my own business in Tuolumne County for approximately 16 years, and was on the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors for 9 years, serving as chairman of that board in 2006. In 2008, I was diagnosed with chronic acute pancreatitis and was told by Stanford that there was nothing that could be done for my disease, and that certain things would happen, and I would develop type 2 diabetes followed by pancreatitis cancer. All these things have come true, and I now have type 2 diabetes. Because pancreatitis is a very painful disease, I was freely prescribed opiates and methadone for my disease, and eventually I was walking around in a fog all day from all the drugs. In 2013, I went to my doctor and said enough. I had spinal cord surgery to help alleviate the pain. Since then, with the help of the stimulator and cannabis, which was prescribed by the Pain Management Center at Stanford, I have been able to completely stop using opiates and methadone. Prior to Hazy Dog Farms, I had to either go out of the county or go to the black market to get my medication. Now that Hazy Bulldogs Farms are here, I can get my medication locally and legally. I am disappointed in the county mainly for two reasons. Number one is that the majority of this county voted for the legalization of cannabis. This board is listening to the loud minority instead of the majority of this county. Secondly, I am very disappointed in this board because I continuously read how the roads need to be repaired and items need to be taken care of, but there is no money to be done to take care of these things. Yet, every time I stop by the dispensary in Oakdale, most of the practitioners of that dispensary I either know are residents of Tuolumne County or I recognize from Tuolumne County. They are paying that tax to Stanislaus County, and that tax is going to Stanislaus
Mr. Butler,
County,
I'm going to have to ask you,
not
please.
Tuolumne County.
We appreciate your
you.
comments. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is S. Goldsworthy. I'm a resident of Tuolumne County. I'm here to speak in support of medical cannabis. And I'm just going to reiterate what's been already said. This has been put to a vote. There's been a lot of work put into this. And I would just encourage the board to listen to their constituents. You know, it's been voted on. This is what we want. I know that for myself, cannabis has helped me when I needed it. It's not something that I'm always looking to use. It's when the medicine's acceptable, when it's available, then people can choose to use that. It's time for people to understand that we need to have some control over our bodies and our medical care. There are so many people that don't have access to doctors. They don't have medicines available to them. And this is a very reasonable way to get medicine that can help them. My husband is very ill, and his quality of life is gravely affected by his chronic illness, and cannabis has helped him to be able to have a decent quality of life. We've been been through this before. You guys have seen me before. We're talking about it over and over and over again. This can bring some money to Tuolumne County. And this can bring businesses to Tuolumne County as well. If we're able to integrate into other businesses with cannabis, we have so many possibilities. So that's what I want to say. It's that we voted on it, something we've talked about. I don't know what's going on, that we can't just get past this issue and get moving into business. You guys are pro-business. Let's do this thing. Let's not get in the way. You know, what's going on there that we can't get what the people are voting on acted out in our community. So thanks, you guys. Thanks for being here and doing the work. Let's just keep it going, get it done, and give the people what they want.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan Bagnall, and I live in Twain Harte, District 3. I am here to advocate for Hazy Bulldog Farms. Cannabis has helped me in my life tremendously. I have diagnosed depression, anxiety disorders, and I have tried every prescribed medication that you can imagine. These medications had tons of negative side effects on me, and honestly, they didn't help at all. I tried cannabis for the first time about 10 years ago, and it is the only thing that has helped reduce my depression and anxiety tremendously. Because of cannabis, I can lead a normal life. In 10 years of cannabis use, I have never once been tempted to try other drugs. I don't even drink alcohol. It's not the nightmare gateway drug that it's made out to be. Hazy Bulldog is here to help. When you walk in, you can feel their support. They are nice, knowledgeable, and they truly care about the medicine that they are providing in our county. They are creating jobs and are active members in our community. Our county does not suffer from a marijuana crisis. The efforts that are being put into getting rid of marijuana need to be put toward opioids and meth, or drunk driving for that matter. There aren't numerous DUIs every single night from people driving under the influence of cannabis. Other substances are hurting our community, not cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brennan and members of the board. I'm Jennifer Lopez from Visit Tuolumne County. I guess I'll break things up a little bit. I have a few different items to briefly talk or go over this morning. One is that we are in the third day of Tuolumne County Restaurant Week, which I was at the last meeting talking about. And it has just really been taking off on social media, and there's a lot of enthusiasm behind it. So we're very excited about that and continue to encourage people to dine out during the week and take advantage of the specials and deals that are being offered. The next item I have is we are working with members of the community on the Agritourism Summit, which Chair Brennan and Board Member Rotifer have also been involved in. This will be on February 20th, and we have members from other destination marketing organizations, such as Visit Vacaville, members from UC Davis, and local county representatives in staff as well, to talk about different aspects of agritourism and developing that as one of our assets for Tuolumne County. And lastly, just last week, we received the 2020 vacation planners, and this is one of our largest projects that we have annually, and I brought those to share with you. Every year, we try to do something a little bit different with our annual vacation planner, which we print 100,000 of and are distributed throughout the country and the state. And this year, we've put a page in there that's dedicated to things to do with children, and we've also added a little bit of personal touches. We've included some of our staff's favorite trails to hike on throughout the county as well. So I have copies of both the Agritourism Summit flyer and the vacation planner for you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Al Baldwin. I've lived here 31 years. I live in District 3. I'm a flooring contractor and a strong patriot of free business and enterprise. If you went to Ford or Chevy and told them you can sell cars but you can't service them, go to Couts and tell them you can grow grapes but you can't press them. Tell me I can sell floors but I can't install them. What else are you going to do to handicap us? Let's see you do a breaststroke with one hand tied behind your back. See how long you stay afloat. You going to drive them out of the town, or are you going to help support them? If you don't have a medical card, go out and get one today. Support Hazy Dog. They're knowledgeable, they're safe, pesticide-free, mold-free. I got diagnosed with an autoimmune disease 10 years ago. And I went from 190 pounds to 150. People thought I was dying, and I'm still fighting it today. And if it wasn't for legal marijuana, I would leave this county in a heartbeat. Be gone to Maui. See y'all later.
Thank you. I'm looking for consensus across the dais to extend the public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Emily Sovis. I live up on Cedar Ridge in Sonora. And I also came here this morning to comment on the state of legal cannabis here in Tuolumne County. Hazy Bulldog has been amazing. I'm relatively new to the area, but when I came here, it was one of the reasons why I came here was because cannabis was legal here, and where we live was going to be very close to Hazy Bulldog. For me, I suffer from PTSD and ADHD, something that I've struggled with my whole life. And cannabis has helped me to not only negate the side effects of medications that I have to take for those disorders, but also to be able to pursue work and passion fully as a person. So I find it as an extremely valuable, not only just as a medication, but as a part of your life. It should be something that's free. Also, I mean, this is a plant that was used for thousands and thousands of years. It's not exactly a new thing. In fact, if anything, stigma against it and even restrictions on it are the new thing. And I just want to urge the board to continue to push forward with Tuolumne County's medical cannabis ventures, and also to support Hazy Bulldog in doing that, because they really do have their eyes on this community. Not only is there just a huge amount of actual community making going on in their store, from people meeting each other with similar stories, from being able to share their experiences or advice, but they also actually reach out and, as you can see, encourage people to come and get engaged in local politics and engaged in the local community. And I think that is beyond valuable, and the board should absolutely support that and treasure Hazy Bulldog, because they really do care. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandon Tyler. I'm also addressing the Hazy Bulldog issue that we're having, the medical cannabis issue. I developed some seizures recently within the last 3 years, and I was taking medication for it, also along with severe anxiety disorder, all developed within the last 4 or 5 years or so. And I started using medical cannabis to help with those issues after trying many different medications, making it to where I couldn't work because I was high at work, which is not okay. And it was a big issue for me. I would have seizures during work and stuff like that. I'm really happy with Hazy Bulldog and any cannabis issue that or any cannabis company, as they have helped me develop what I've been looking for in a medication. They helped me find medications that would help both my physical needs and my mental needs as well, where the doctors have not been able to provide that for me personally. I've been a really big fan of, I've actually been against marijuana for a long time, for years. For about 20 years of my life, I was actually LDS, Mormon. And we were against alcohol, marijuana, caffeine, coffee. This is the reason my mental state had changed, is because I had to try something new and nothing else was working. I just ask that since we voted for this that we keep it going. I was traveling down to Modesto. I was traveling to Calaveras County. I've had my medical card for 5 years plus. I actually just discovered Hazy Bulldog a year ago myself, because I didn't even know they existed.
More than a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know they even existed, and I was traveling down to Modesto and a couple other places. So when I found them about a year ago or so, I was really ecstatic. I didn't have to travel down. I didn't have to spend money on gas, which was a big issue for me. I was spending an extra $50 just to go down to Modesto, get my medicine, and then come back here. So it became a big issue for me. and I'm really proud of the business that they have brought to us. I'm really happy with the people that work there because they personally helped me even more so than the Modesto people did. Some of the representatives that come into their store, they talked to me and discussed about different seizure medications that would work better for me. And a lot of CBD items work better for me. I just want to say to the board, please keep this going for us. We all, as you can see, we've all been talking about this. This is something that's a huge issue for a lot of people. If I have to keep on going down to Modesto, I will. I'll get it either way. I don't care. It's just, it's going to hurt you guys more than it's going to hurt me. It's just, I want to be able to not have to travel down to Modesto and spend $50. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful day.
David McGuigan, overlooking Phoenix Lake. I came before you a couple of years ago when we were discussing the outdoor growing, and unfortunately those decision didn't go the way I would have liked, but we'll certainly respect it. But I'm here to also put my support behind the Hazy Bulldog Farm dispensary in particular, and their efforts to expand their operations into more avenues for greater revenue and more jobs for the county. I think it's important to note to people the importance of a quality bud tender, as they're called, in helping new patients come to an understanding of how cannabis will help their condition. There's a lot of mystique in some ways about how cannabis works, but you need the guidance to learn how to try the different varieties to find out what's going to work for you. Everybody's different, but there usually is a combination, if you work with people, that can help it. And that's where a knowledgeable bud tender and a local dispensary is invaluable. You can't get that information from delivery. You have to go and talk to people who are helpful. So I would hope this board would understand the strong support for the medical marijuana and the strong drive that it really is a benefit to the community. It helps not only provide some jobs, but creates a local support system for the people who really do need this medicine. And I'll thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is James Williams. I am a resident of Twist Road, Jamestown, California. And I am also here to address the issue of legal cannabis in this county. In 1999, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. In 2006, it was erroneously corrected to major depression. In 2011, I was hospitalized at what was then Tuolumne General, just before it closed, after a suicide attempt the night before. I was appointed to the psychiatrist, Dr. Randolph Rojas, who prescribed me the benzodiazepine known as lorazepam. Less than a year later, completely by accident and not an attempt to take my own life, I overdosed. I was rushed to Sonora Regional and recovered. Incidentally, my father, who at the time had become addicted to opioid painkillers, was recommended by a psychiatrist in Modesto to take medical cannabis. And so I looked into it myself. As everyone before me has mentioned, the process in doing this for years was to go to either Modesto or to Arnold with your medical permit. Hazy Bulldog has saved me a tremendous amount of money and provided me with the most consistency to my treasured and irreplaceable feeling of living a normal life again. And I hope the board will take that into consideration. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Phil Seitler, and I'm here in support of Hazy Bulldog Farms as well. I'm speaking on behalf of my brother here, who has had his third and fourth cervical vertebrae removed, and he is in constant pain every day. The opioids and methadones did not work for him. We recently got him prescribed medical marijuana, which Hazy Bulldog provides us a clean, safe environment to purchase our medicine. And like the other speakers before me, we don't have to go to Modesto or Riverbank or Oakdale. And I would just like to ask the board to continue to support Hazy Bulldog Farms. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and thank you. My name is Jaron Brandon. I'm running for District 5 Board of Supervisors, and I'm here to speak out in support of Hazy Bulldog Farm. I want to say that, first, I don't want this to be any attack on the board or a platform to do that. I think we all care about the county. At the same time, when I'm out knocking a lot of doors right now, what I hear are people unable to find a place to live or be able to make a career and a living wage here. That's the fear. It's not that cannabis is going to come in, that cannabis is going to change who we are. It's that they're going to lose their place where they live, that if they lose their job, they're going to be homeless, that they're unable to find something where they can be able to support a family. We have exactly one business that is knocking down our door trying to come in here, one industry. And on the agricultural side of it, I think there's an argument there, but to vertically integrate that industry means manufacturing jobs, compliance jobs, truckers, marketers, security. I know, because I've spoken with a couple of you, how hard the budget cuts and the budget crisis was, and it has been for many years. When we talk about not being able to find money for roads, when the sheriffs are cut, when we talk about youth services, especially in District 5, potentially being on the chopping block, when we talk about an inability to invest in new ideas, I know there's a lot of people who are uncomfortable with cannabis, that they have fears about it. But I ask, if we can bring in tax revenue, if we can be able to bring in jobs, careers here to Tuolumne County, besides the compelling arguments that are medical, that are recreational, the freedom aspect of it, this is something that I believe we have a brand for, we can export, and we have a business owner who is willing to bear a heavy burden in trying to bring this to Tuolumne County. I can't think of another business that can pay $10,000 a month up front just to be able to operate in Tuolumne County. I feel that we could have an industry, especially, I think, for District 5, that brings jobs, that brings prosperity, that brings another export here and makes our economy more resilient. I ask you, please consider that, because we've done a lot of talking over the years, and I feel like the discussion hasn't moved forward. There are some real issues. I think we can mitigate those, but I think we should focus on that with an attitude of, let's be pro-business, let's bring jobs here, let's make it so people can still build a life here. Thank you.
I appreciate everyone's opportunity to speak. I know everyone will get an opportunity. I just want to remind everyone that we do have a 9:30 appointment, which is a presentation from some students that are visiting with us today. So please, just to have an awareness of that also.
Good morning, supervisors. I'll try to make this as quick as I can because you do have a schedule. Happy 2020, and it's great to see such a great Board of Supervisors that's so attentive and listening, and it has a very warm and compassionate feeling in here. I've been to other Boards of Supervisors, and yeah, it's just not as homely and warm as this place, so congratulations. So yeah, my name's Louis Dillon. I live on Tuolumne Road, and I've been going to Hazy Bulldog Farm since I've been up here, and I've noticed that the prices up here are a little higher than the coast and a lot of other cities. So I'm here to say, you know, if we can get them to lower their prices, it would be more conducive to, you know, middle-class, working-type individuals, and hopefully we can work with you guys. You seem like you know what you're doing. You know how to run a Board of Supervisors meeting, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Meehan Thurman, and I'm here to support Hazy Bulldog. I don't believe that cannabis should be hidden in the dark, it should be out in the open. I'm your future bud tender, and I'm supporting them the way they have supported me. They even have called me at home. They're really good people, a good family, and I think they will be a really good asset to the community. And they're going to help me get employed. This is a good thing. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Richardson, and I live in District 1 with my spouse, Karen Andrews. 1989, I came down with a condition. It was a fluke thing called quad equino syndrome. I was paralyzed from the waist down. And had been on all kinds of medications for decades as a result of it. My girlfriend Karen, she has MS, and all the things that goes with that. I'm here to support, obviously, Hazy Bulldogs. I think it's important that they be allowed to expand their services so that they can keep medicine in this community and keep it affordable. If you've ever had the opportunity to go to Hazy Bulldog, you'll notice that a lot of the folks that are there are people like myself, elderly people that are getting something to help them get through the day. My experience with all the medical things that I had to do was I was on medications like methadone, oxycodone, gabapentin, the highest dosages you can imagine. And it wasn't a quality of life. My son convinced me 10 years ago to try cannabis, and I'm glad he did. I was hesitant, and it's made a big difference. I no longer take those medications anymore. So anyway, I'm here to support this business. I think they offer a great service to our community, and please, let them expand. Let's make some more opportunities for this county. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Jenna Weeks. I am a board member at High Country Sports Arena, and I also am here to serve for Hazy Bulldog Farms. I am a two-time world champion hockey player, and I suffered from a head injury a couple years back that caused me to have seizures. And the doctors up here and in Bakersfield were prescribing me medications that would cause me to have sudden death and other kinds of issues. And I didn't want to take the risk of perhaps, not waking up the next day. So my option was going to more holistic forms of medication, and I chose cannabis because I'm Native American and I believe that all things should be from the ground and from the earth. And honestly, medication from man-made items isn't what's going to help you, and it's just going to create more of a toxic environment in your body. So I think that cannabis is more of a beneficial thing than it is a negative thing. And I just think that a lot of people here have said that, so I'm trying to finish it up because I know you guys have a lot of things to go on today, so I just want to say thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Richard Weisberg, and I'm a minute away from here in Sonora. My wife and I are slowly moving to Sonora from North Carolina, and I'm also here to support the Hazy Bulldog. I think it's a great thing for the community. I think that marijuana should be integrated into the community. I'm a long-time user. It's been very good to me, and I would like you all to be very good to it. There's nothing to fear, as far as I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Courtney Musio. I'm Jeff's wife. We own the Hazy Bulldog. I just wanted to come up and say that I'm a mother of two young children. When we first came to the county about 5 years ago, I was very timid and afraid to even tell anybody that we were meeting through school and different things that we were in the cannabis industry. But as we opened up our store last year this time and started talking to more people openly about cannabis and the other parents as well as of the children that my kids are starting to become friends with, I was extremely surprised with how open everybody was, from teachers and administrators to other parents, extremely supportive of cannabis and having cannabis in the county. We really would love to continue the cannabis industry in our county. I know we have the city that we're working in right now, which has been great, but we would like to integrate vertically and have more business and have more jobs for the county. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Musio. I'm owner and operator of Hazy Bulldog Farms, along with my wife. And today I'm extremely humbled. It's amazing to see over the last year I put a lot of hard work into this. I know it sounds silly that there's a pot store and the guy's working really hard, but I put a lot of hours into it, and I've put a lot of effort into making this the way Sonora should be done. I had a lot of people that were against me, and I took every single thing that they said, used it as motivation, and turned it into something that I would never allow to happen. This county has had a conversation about cannabis for 2 years, and this council has said that people didn't understand Proposition 53 because it was a little bit of a convoluted vote, and we kind of backed it up with Measure M, and that didn't exactly cover everything we were hoping to cover. But I want you guys to know that the people understand what they're voting on. They came in here with a complex idea of what was going on. They understand that cannabis is helping them medically. They understand how I'm being handcuffed. They understand vertical integration needs to happen. These are advanced conversations by people that just shop at my store. The excuse that people don't understand what they're voting on, I don't think holds any water anymore. What we witnessed today is the evolution of the cannabis conversation. This council knows cannabis helps people. Mr. Rodefer, you're an Army veteran. I know beyond a reasonable doubt, cannabis helps, Air Force veteran, that cannabis helps people in your situation that want to commit suicide all the time. There's a council member here that thinks kids are going to be committing suicide because of cannabis. The exact opposite has proved to be the truth in this area. I'm disappointed that the leader of the Vets Helping Vets couldn't come today because that was the message he was going to say, is that cannabis is saving lives in this community. And being handcuffed, I would like to be able to vertically integrate because these people that are here, one of them made a point that my prices are high. There's only so many people in this population. There's $10,000 fee before I open up my doors. Of course, my price is a little high. If I could open up and start growing, become vertically integrated, and start doing everything that this industry requires of somebody, I can start providing the medicine that the people need at a price that they require. This isn't just about if we're allowing cannabis anymore. It's about how we can most effectively give cannabis to this community. And you guys hold the key to that. The city is only 4 square miles. You cannot grow cannabis in the city of Sonora commercially, feasibly. If you guys are serious about helping this community, the majority of the people have voted on this. The majority of people want it, and we've come in here today with an educated argument. I think it's time that you guys realize that right in front of you, in this time and era of people that have a snowflake-type mentality, that they want to push the responsibility off to the next person, what you guys have in front of you is an entrepreneur that wants every bit of responsibility. The public doesn't quite understand the challenges that are going on in this industry, and the council does, and that's why you guys are afraid. I just want you to know I'm here, and I will do everything I can to overcome those challenges. Thank you very much.
Make this quick. Anaya Kirk, District 3 Supervisor. Jeff may have summarized it there at the end, but I just want the board to know and the people in the audience to know, it sounded like there was a lot of concern about, and I heard this repeated, please keep this going for us. Prop 64, legalize recreational, legalize medicinal use of marijuana. So for the people in the audience, there isn't any concern of where marijuana is going. It's here, it's been voted on, it's been approved. Some people moved to the area, it sounds like, to utilize those resources. Again, anywhere in California you can use recreationally or medicinally. So I just want to bring some clarification, present to the board and also those out in the audience. And for those of you who did come today, thank you for taking time out of your day. I am hearing you. And for Jaron, if you do the research, it's actually for $1 that you make in revenue, you're going to spend about 10 fixing the problems that come with it. So I have done quite a bit of research on this, and I think this is a slow-moving issue. If you look at Colorado, if you look at other states, they're starting to backtrack because some of the statistics that are coming out of this issue aren't all what they were cracked up to be. So this isn't something that I, as a board member, will move fast on. But just again, the main point why I'm up here is to remind the public it is legal, medicinally, recreationally. So don't worry, it's not going away. It's here in California.
All right. I see a few staff members back there. I'm going to do staff reports. I'm going to ask you to please be concise so we can get to the 9:30 appointment. Are there any staff reports?
Debbie Batista, County Register of Voters, and Italian, and I can talk fast. There's three items that I want to kind of go over on elections. Elections is here on February 3rd. Ballots will be mailed out to all Tuolumne County voters. On February 3rd, Tuolumne County Elections Office will become an early voting center. So at that point in time, this building is a polling place, and we can no longer do electioneering. So everybody who has buttons, who has signs, when they enter this building, they cannot be wearing those signs or carrying those carrying the signs or wearing the buttons. The other thing is, please educate yourself. There are a couple candidates nights. The first candidates night is going to actually be tomorrow in this building. The state of Jefferson is going to do a candidates night at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. The League of Women Voters is going to do a candidates night on Thursday, January 30th at the Opera Hall. All of these are free. It's going to be all of the board members, the 9 candidates for board members. It's at 5:30. The Chamber of Commerce is going to do a candidates night with all the candidates, including the Board of Supervisors, the judges, and the city council people. That's at 6 o'clock in this room. The other thing that I want to remind you is that this is a presidential primary. If you're a no party preference person, you did not send in your card, and you would like to vote for one of the presidential parties, then you need to notify my office. You can call, you can come in, and either if you want to cross over to the American Independent, the Democratic, or the Libertarian, you can do that. If you want to vote on any of the other parties, the Republican, the Green Party, the Peace and Freedom Party, you have to re-register. Educate yourself and vote, and thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Message just to let our residents know in Tuolumne County that the immunization clinic scheduled at Public Health for January 28th has been canceled. The next clinic will be February 4th. And if there are any questions or concerns, folks can reach out to the Public Health Department at 533-7401. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
Good morning. Christina Cunha from the County Administrator's Office. I am here today just to publicly announce that we will be out, we being in the county team, your county team will be out in the community Thursday evening at Twain Harte Bible Church at 4 o'clock and going until all of our guests are gone. We will be having a brief presentation by our wonderful CAO, Tracy Riggs, to talk briefly about the services that we provide to our county residents. And there'll be tables throughout the room where all of our county departments will be there to discuss any questions or concerns that residents might have with the county departments, and just to learn about what we do and a way for us to connect with the people we serve.
Thank you. All right. Will the clerk of the board please read the 9:30 appointment?
This is a presentation on the history of Chinese Camp brochure and the Chinese Camp Science Academy for 3rd through 5th graders.
All right. Before we go to our staff report, I did have a special request, which I am going to honor, and that is Supervisor Rodefer would like to take this item. I believe it was supposed to be done while he was still chair, and so I am going to honor that, even though I am a huge fan of this project.
Please stay there. Okay. I just want to say that there are obviously some trials and pitfalls of being a supervisor, but there is a lot of joy in being a supervisor. And one of the most rewarding experiences that I've had was several years ago when I visited the program that you're going to be hearing about today, the Science Academy out of Jamestown Elementary that is conducted out in Chinese Camp. And it is one of two actually fascinating programs, along with the bilingual education that goes on at Jamestown Elementary. And I am proud to be the supervisor that school, the district, for the district that school is in. It is a tremendous school. And so with that, please, staff presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Lisa Mayo, and I'm the president and CEO of Visit Tuolumne County. And today we get to hear a presentation from the Chinese Camp Science Academy. As you know, we have a line item in our budget that goes for partnering with the community on different marketing projects. And this was one that I just wanted to bring forward because I think it's so special. And so I'm going to introduce to you Sherry Betts. She's the teacher there that helped to make this program happen. Sherry.
All right, you prepare for some levity. We'll switch. I'm all about education, so that was great for my sixth graders to be educated and how government works and having free speech, which is wonderful. I have been out at Chinese camp for about 12 years, came from Jamestown. And throughout those years and up until, just last week, we have tourists that come often to our campus. You've been to our school, and if you haven't, it's a very distinct, unique school with the pagoda style with a red turned up roof. And it draws tourists in. And often I have students declare as they watch people go by our window with their cameras out, taking video and snapshots of the campus. They'll say, "Oh, tourist paparazzi." And sometimes they're brazen enough, the tourists, to knock on my door, and I open up the door in the middle of teaching about, quadrilateral triangles. I will say, "Can I help you?" And they'll ask, "Where are the Chinese now?" Or what's going on with this style of building? Or what is the history of Chinese camp? And there was a great need. We have an audience that's traveling through, and they want to know. And I'm like, yeah, this is a project that we can work on. And so I delved in with the help of many historians and the internet to find sources, to pull out human interest stories, unique aspects about the town of Chinese camp. I pulled different excerpts and put them up for the students to work through, and we developed a Chinese camp brochure specifically for the tourists. Now we have a cart that we wheel out every morning that's on the job chart for my students to display the carts, to have the brochures, which I will hand to you. The brochures will be available on a daily basis when we're there. And last month before we got the brochure out, I know Ethan ran out and said, "Oh, we need to grab some brochures. I see some tourists." And 4 of the students ran out there, the 5th and 3 of you ran out there. And there were 2 young ladies, one from China and her sister, right?
One of them was a teacher.
She was a teacher. They handed the brochures over, and they took selfies with these young Chinese girls. When do you see that with 5th and 6th grade kids? And they were all boys at that point. That's pretty awesome. They're excited. They are proud of the project that they put together. They have a real audience. And throughout this experience, as we work through all these documents, they learned a lot about their local community. And I think that's really important. If children know at this level about their community, they're going to be more invested. They're going to be more supportive of the community when they know about it, and they find commonalities. Here we're on the hills of celebrating Martin Luther King, but it goes across all ways, right? We learned about the extreme racism that happened back during the gold rush, and why Chinese camp actually got formed, because they were kicked out of so many of the other mining camps. Real extreme issues that happened back then, and we're still delving into those issues even today. And it's good for our students to know about how to cross cultural boundaries and get along. My students here will introduce themselves and read a few excerpts from the brochure.
My name is Ethan Craig, and we made our brochures for the tourists so they know about the area that they're in and why the Chinese were there. Chinese Mary was a woman who lived with China Sam. A local woman, Miss Stephen, said that China Mary would pebble her homegrown vegetables as using a two-wheeled cart. China Mary usually wore her black pajamas with black satin slippers. She often put a beautiful shiny jade or gold jewelry. China Mary would dress all fancy like that because she wanted people to buy all of her freshly grown vegetables. The cemetery that the Chinese set up was 150 feet north from the Montezuma Road off Highway 120. The Chinese thought that when you died, your soul would never want to wander around in the strange land. This meant that they would hire a professional exhumer to remove the body remains of their bones and scrubbed, polished, and inventoried for completeness and recorded. The final thing is that they would do it for the ritual is place the remains in a small box or urn, which is a jar like a container. They would usually put a cue the man's ponytail on top of the body parts. This package would be sent back to their homeland in China.
My name is Sage Hewitt. I think it's important that we made this brochure because people come and ask us what this school is about. With the tourist brochure, they can educate themselves without interrupting our classes. Many of the stone walls that you can see still standing today were built by the Chinese. These walls were often 5 feet high and were considered cattle-proof. The Chinese got paid only 25 cents for every 16.5 feet. 25 cents was more back then, but it wasn't much. Imagine building a long rock wall for only that much. The Chinese brought freight from their homeland to the Chinese miners. Some of the products were rice, cabbage, tea, seaweed, dried mushrooms, cuttlefish, bean curd, dried abalone, shrimp, and salted duck eggs. The Chinese in town grew fresh vegetables and raised livestock, and had a pond and fish in it. The children of Chinese camp would get a dime from the Chinese to go down to 6-Bit Gulch and catch turtles so that they would make one of their favorite dishes, turtle soup. The Chinese also planted persimmon trees for the fruit, narcissus for the good fortune, and trees of heaven for medicine.
I'm Haley Lamandola, and I think it is important for others to know about the history of our great camp that once used to be a mining camp. Having a brochure can be a great way to teach tourists about Chinese camp and what once was here. Chinese camp at one point had 3 temples where they worshipped their gods. Of course, the Chinese celebrated Chinese New Year. William Fairbairn, born in Chinese camp, said, "We used to peek in the church to see the strange rituals. They had pictures of dragons on the walls and figurines of God on the altar. They always had firecrackers, and they would give us candy and lychee nuts. You can smell the incense a block away." In Chinese camp, there were mostly men, and it was very rare to have families. Between the years of 1860 and 1900, only 4 Chinese children were recorded on census documents. The resident Chinese men either got old and died, returned home, or they moved on to other jobs. The Chinese quarters declined in the 1880s. By the end of the 1880s, only 6 of the stores they built were still standing. With the end of the mining era and rail lines already built, most of the Chinese left around 1918. a 1920 census states that Millie and Lum Sam Key, a married couple, were the last to remain living on Red Hills Road.
I wanted to thank Lisa and the Visitors Bureau for funding this wonderful project. And thank you, Anna Davies, right here. Anna, she put in huge amounts, hours and hours, days and days of work in setting up the formatting, the graphics, and the photos. So thank you so much. And SPI, Sierra Pacific Industries, has also funded us on this project so that we can do some reprintings when we run out. Thank you very much for acknowledging us and our hard work.
Just quick. If I remember right from my tour, the kids out there did the landscaping around that themselves. So it's really that whole Science Academy project. This is an awesome project, but there's much, much more that's going on out there that is really incredible. And kids, thank you. So, pardon me, young adults. Okay, thank you so much for coming and sharing this with us. It's really, really special.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, Jamestown is in Supervisor Rutherford district, but Chinese Camp School is in mine.
Oh, okay. Claim it, yeah.
So what I would like to do is I have a copy of a deed for a livery stable that my grandfather purchased in 1867.
Neat.
So I'd like to send it to you guys just for your research.
Excellent.
And what I would ask is it's got a lot of information on there, and I'm not sure of the exact location of the livery stable. So maybe it could be a project that you could
try to discover something.
help me with, and then we'd know.
Yeah.
I believe it's the livery stable that you have on your brochure, but I'm not exactly positive. So if I could have the mailing address, I would be happy to send it to you, and you can do
I'll
some
get
research.
that to you. Yeah.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments that have been made and congratulate these students. It's not easy to stand up in front of everyone and read like that. You did an outstanding job. And to the Visitors Bureau, thank you. I think this is something that we all kind of envisioned how we could bring some of our local cultural heritage to life and have it available for others to hear and learn about. And so outstanding job.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for coming and sharing it with us today.
Welcome. Thanks.
Is there any public comment?
Great job. Thank you.
All right.
To go back to class.
They probably enjoyed the lengthy oral communications because they got to stay out of class.
Will the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held January 7th, 2020, accepting the clerk of the Board of Supervisors annual committee and commissions report and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancies. Approve the notice of completion for the Buchanan Road storm damage repair project. Approving the amendment number 2 to the agreement for professional services with NV5, increasing the contract amount to $110,000. Authorizing staff to work on the PG&E or Pacific Gas and Electric to coordinate the installation of 3 proposed streetlights within Tuolumne Lighting District. Adopting a resolution authorizing the tax collector to conduct a public auction for tax defaulted properties. Approving an agreement with NDRC Consulting Services Phase 2 related to the construction of 2 community resilience centers to Cox Consulting. Consideration of approving a new class specification pay range and assignment to bargaining unit for the supervising juvenile correctional officer. Approving a new classification pay range and adjustment assignment of bargaining unit to the elections worker relief. And number 10 has been pulled off and will be considered at a later date.
Supervisors like any items to be pulled? All right, seeing none, I'll ask if there's any public comment. All right, I'll bring it back.
Move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Excuse me?
Number 11.
No, I think we have a 10 o'clock appointment.
Okay.
And You can read our 10 o'clock.
Okay. This is a presentation on the progress made in the 2019 related to the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Initiative.
And I'll ask staff to come up and get set up. All right. Ms. Peterson.
I forgot to get the wireless mic out of the cupboard here, so we're going to do a little Price is Right situation this morning with the microphone here. I thought I would stand so I could refer to the presentation. I will be out of your way, hopefully. So this morning, I am here to give a presentation, as has been going on a regular basis, on what has been going on related to the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Initiative. But specifically this morning, we're going to be discussing what's been going on in this past year. There's been a lot, so I hope we're properly communicating all that's been going on. But I think your board's aware that there is a lot going on and a lot of different facets of things. I also have some of our partners with us that will be sharing in some of the speaking this morning. So here we go. Okay, so this, as your board is aware, is your board's mission statement. And the particular item that I want to address here or call to your attention is that we here at the county commit to providing exceptional public service that in particular creates a healthy and safe community. There's also some other items in there that I would argue what we're doing here related to the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Initiative also leads to exercising natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, also promotes economic prosperity, and also enhances quality of life. So this fits all within your board's mission. Okay, so where did we start? In January of 2019, January 15th, your board meeting, Chairman Rotifer, ex-Chairman Rotifer, previous Chairman Rotifer, at the time you were chairman. And you are the one who first sort of brought this up in the public setting, this initiative or the need for the fire safety and community resilience. And in particular, I went back to the historical documents of our video archive and watched. And there's a couple items that I wanted to bring to your attention. Past chairman, you said that we will need active cooperation from our local partners and will rely on them for this effort. Most importantly, we will need active participation and cooperation from private citizens and property owners. In particular, you mentioned that the county government must lead the effort of fire safety and community resilience, and that looks like two things. It's the near term of the population must understand the threat and importance of preparedness. And then in the longer term, you said we have to figure out what enhancements are needed for the future. Vegetation changes, ingress-egress additions, variety of other, considerations. So when we look at county government leading the effort, really that means that the county was the facilitator and the coordinator. We're not doing everything. We never could. We never should, in my opinion, and I believe in your board's opinion, that it's about pulling a team of people together in the county, including and most importantly, the public, to achieving fire safety and community resilience. And then, past chairman, you also said we will need additional resources to achieve our desired results. And we will get to that quote the end of the presentation, kind of where we see ourselves in the future. So a month later, in February on the 19th, we discussed the plan for achieving fire-safe communities. That's what we called it. Myself and the sheriff's office and our fire partners and a whole host of other folks put a plan together for how we thought we could begin to wrap our arms around fire safety and community resilience. That plan was that plan was approved by your board at that meeting on the 19th. And then also the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Task Force was established. Now, I've included the plan in your staff, in the packet there. Just for your reference, I'll be referring to it throughout this presentation because really that is what drove our efforts this year. It's that plan with the involvement from the task force and the agencies who are a part of the task force. Again, this is a monthly task force that meets monthly, and Supervisor Brennan sort of heads that up. So we kind of vet everything through that fire safety task force. And then just one more quote from Supervisor Rotifer, again, as he was presenting this information. One thing he said was, we will need engagement from our public that we have not seen in the past. And I think that's an important thing to remember, not only for when we were starting out, but as we continue in the future. This is a long-term effort, so that's just important to remember. Okay, so I'd like to just go through, as I mentioned, to review the plan that your board approved for achieving fire-safe communities. There was 3 main pillars in that plan. There was the pillar of focusing on education and outreach. We felt like that was in the, back to here in the near term, the population must understand the threat and importance of preparedness. So that really involves education and outreach. Then there's the second pillar of what we called, I believe Supervisor Brennan sort of coined this term, community hardening projects. We talk about home hardening, but this is for communities as a whole. So not just for personal homes, but also looking at public infrastructure and our utilities and, sort of fuel break work around communities and a whole host of other things that we'll discuss the specifics of that. And then the third pillar is this regulatory advocacy, that there was a recognition from your board, and that's why it's in the plan here, that there's some regulations that need to change, some on a local level, and then some at a state level, and even some at a federal level. So we'll discuss the progress of that as well. And then, of course, we utilized the task force to identify the treatments, the project outcomes, and then we work collaboratively to achieve those. Okay, so back to the plan. The first pillar, as I mentioned, is education and outreach. Now this, I'm sure you can't read very well, but that's just a screenshot from the plan. Again, that's in your staff memo that you can refer to. It's on page 3. So we listed a whole host of things that we would like to do to educate and to outreach to the community. The first one was town hall meetings. So we put 7 community meetings together in March and April, and that was in partnership with, you can see some of the logos there, with CAL FIRE, with Tuolumne County Fire, with the Sheriff's Office. We also had animal control there. We had all kinds of representatives from the Forest Service was there, and CERT was there, and Red Cross, and all kinds of folks. We had 7 community meetings, and over 800 people attended those to really learn personal preparedness. So that one, we did it. Achieved in the based on the plan that we said we would do. Okay, next item was we said that we would have an updated and improved county website. And again, this is just a screenshot from our county website, which is tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. There's a button right there in the middle that says wildfire preparedness. You click on that, and this is where it takes you. And there's a whole list here of items that says create your plan. And there's a whole list of documents that can help an individual, a citizen, develop your own personal plan for preparedness. And then there's additional planning resources. Then there's a list of community maps, which we'll get to in a second. There is a list for social media, Firewise communities, which we'll get to later. A whole host of education opportunities on the website are listed. So we said we would update the website with more information, and we did that. So then we also said that we would do media outreach campaign through the newspaper, radio, and online. Our news partners have been excellent. My Motherlode, or KVML, did a 4-part radio series, the Motherlode Views, on fire preparedness, kind of from 4 different aspects. As you can see, these are photos from 2 of those. The one on the left is our partners with Forest Service and CAL FIRE, and then that's Chief New from the City of Sonora Fire. And then the one here on the right is Sheriff Pooley, of course, and Chief Vanderweel from the City of Sonora, and Lieutenant? Sergeant, yes, thank you. Madishok from CHP, and that was a discussion about evacuation and what folks should be aware of when they may or may not need to evacuate. So we also, like I said, worked with the newspaper and all kinds of other folks to do what we said we would do, which was a media outreach campaign. So then we put together community evacuation preparedness maps. This was with our fantastic GIS team, who is in the Public Works Department. They identified 23 of our most sort of major communities, put together these maps here that are available on the county's website. And this was about helping people prepare for evacuations and being familiar with what their options are. So you can see there's major roads there. There's sort of more minor collector roads that are listed there. This is a map of, one is Ponderosa Hills and one is Groveland. And so this is intended for people to use to prepare for themselves, to have their own plan, be aware. The message that we've been sending with this or saying with these is, what have we been saying about this? People need to figure out what their options are ahead of time. I'm sorry. And so that means sometimes driving roads, after a storm, to be familiar with what a road may or may not look like. But anyways, just getting that mindset of preparedness, personal preparedness. So we said we'd do that, and we did. Another item here is the emergency notification system registration campaign, as well as improvements. So some of our OES staff enhanced a brochure here for Everbridge, which is our, as we call it, kind of our reverse 911 system, which is a system that puts out alerts for emergencies. We generally use it for evacuation notices, although it's the sheriff's office who has the discretion to use that. And at the time when we first, so just about a year ago, we had about 27,000 contacts on our Everbridge account, and those were landlines. So we paid for that information, so people didn't need to register for their landline information. But we didn't have, if you were like me, and I don't have a landline, I only have a mobile phone, I had to go in and register myself to get, to receive a notification from Everbridge. If the sheriff's office was putting one out, say that affected me. Well, through the course of this sort of emergency notification campaign, we were able to work with Everbridge to purchase cell phone data. As you can imagine, we're not the only jurisdiction who has an interest in this, and so Everbridge has been working with cell phone providers. So we purchased cell phone data as well as business data. So we now have 70,802 contacts in our Everbridge system. Folks can still, if they have an out-of-county cell phone, they would still need to register manually. And if they want to, say, receive an alert by email, then they would need to go and make an account and do that as well. But generally, we've really enhanced our contact information for our Everbridge system. And I want to mention, too, that as a part of our partnership with this task force and relying on our partners, a lot of folks have done their own Everbridge campaigns and have gone to, say, health fairs or wherever to do additional signups for Everbridge. Area 12 Agency on Aging did that with some mobile home parks. They went to mobile home parks and made sure that the seniors there were signed up and knew how to use the system and knew what to expect. So we've done a lot related to enhancing our notification system. So there we go. We also talked about printed materials on vegetation management and evacuation protocols. And so these are the materials that we kind of as a collaborative group, opted to print and distribute. We wanted to keep things streamlined, but we wanted to have things be very clear. So here on the left is a brochure, and these are both available on the county's website. This one is Ready, Set, Go from CAL FIRE that had all kinds of information about defensible space and creating your own plan, creating your go bag, variety of things. On the back, we had a sticker made. CAL FIRE actually had a sticker made that had a personal or local contact information, social media, phone numbers of who people could get in touch with if they had questions or issues. And then this one on the right here actually was a document that we had that was fairly outdated that I worked with retired CAL FIRE Battalion Chief Barry Rudolph to update. But this is the Tuolumne County Wildland Fire Evacuation Plan, and it's more about what folks can expect during an evacuation. It's not a plan of you go here and you go here and this is what but it's about what folks should do with their animals or what they can expect for the different evacuation notices that the sheriff issues. And then, of course, we also added some local contact information and emergency information here, social media, our news partners, for where people can go to get additional information. So we did that. The second pillar, sorry for the formatting there, was the community hardening projects. And this can be found in the third page, of the plan that we put together and that your board approved. Okay, so we talked about roadside brushing and clearing. These are some pictures from a grant that the county received for roadside brushing along county-maintained roads. We've been partnering with CAL FIRE, the baseline inmate crews, to do this work, and then our roads crews have been helping with some traffic control. On the left here is a picture of Phoenix Lake Road, before and after, if you can see that. And then on the right here is a picture of Priest Coulterville, which this was done a handful of months ago, and as things do, they grow back. But we have a great plan working with Public Works to make sure that maybe things are maintained not maintained. I don't mean to, if Public Works here, sorry. No, but to make sure that things, that we have a plan to keep the weeds down, I guess you could say, for the future, so that we get more bang for our buck. And then these are additional pictures. The one here on the left is from North Tuolumne. No, sorry. The one here on the left is also from Phoenix Lake. The one here on the right is also from North Tuolumne Road. And I want to mention, too, that we worked with Baseline this past year to do the work. They do excellent work for us. It's very inexpensive. But we would like to increase our pace. And so we will be issuing a contract to hire a private contractor to continue with this work this year, and that contract will likely go into effect February to really kind of up our game on the number and amount of miles of road that we're doing. So this is a yellow check mark because we're still in process, but some stuff is happening. Okay, another item that we talked about in the plan was road improvements for additional ingress-egress routes. The Community Development Department, as a part of the general plan process, identified every community here in Tuolumne County, here they are, that have either one egress, only have one, or have a secondary, but it's not maintained to road standards. So we put together, and by we I mean mostly Tuolumne County Transit, but in partnership with the county, put together a grant for developing a plan for these communities that don't have a way in or an additional way in or way out. So here on the left is a map of what was included in that grant, and it's difficult to see, I recognize, but just to give you a visual, all these communities are kind of circled in blue here. And the intention is that we would hire a consultant if we're awarded the grant. We would hire a consultant to kind of put together a plan of engaging the communities in these areas, making sure that the signage is adequate. If it is a matter of building an additional road, that we would identify where that may need to be, the variety of those types of things. And that grant we're still waiting to hear, but as I understand, it has been risen to the next level or whatever. So hoping to hear soon about that. So still in process. Okay, we also talked about hazard tree removal. This is a picture, again, of actually working with CAL FIRE baseline inmate crews. We, as your board knows, have been undertaking a massive tree mortality hazard tree removal program for the past 3 years. And we have removed over 19,000 trees here in the county, and that's including some of our partners like TMAP and others. But those include trees that could affect public infrastructure as well as private homes, residences. We will hear a robust update on kind of the conclusion of this program, but just wanted to let you know that this is essentially done now, these projects. We have like maybe a couple weeks left to sort of finish everything out, but so we said we would do that, and we did. Okay, so another item that we said was to assist homeowners with defensible space clearing on private property. We also were awarded a grant from California Climate Investments through CAL FIRE to do some defensible space work for those seniors and those with access and functional needs. And so listed here are the first 5 communities that we plan to do work on. And this means all the defensible space clearing for every homeowner who would qualify. Here in this column is the number of parcels that could potentially receive assistance, but again, focusing only on seniors and those with access and functional needs. Likely it'll be somewhere, my guess is around sort of the 40% of those number of parcels. And then here is a map just to give you a visual of the purple areas where those communities lie. We worked with CAL FIRE to help identify those communities that are the higher risk communities. So that is in process. We haven't begun work yet, but we will be soon here. Okay, now this is where I take a break for a second. One of the other items that we talked about was fuel break maintenance and creation. So this is a picture of the Tuolumne County owned. They received a grant. You can probably barely see that little logo there. That's the county's fire logo. So the county got a skid steer from a grant, and CAL FIRE crews have been using that as a great little partnership. And I'm going to let Chief Cashy, speak more about this.
Good morning, Chair Brennan, members of the board, CAO Riggs, county staff. My name is Nick Cashy. I'm the acting unit chief for Tuolumne Calaveras unit, as well as the acting Tuolumne County Fire Chief. I appreciate the opportunity to assist in reporting 2019 work that's been done, working with the county OES, as well as the Sheriff's Department and the 108 Fire Safe Council. When I spoke with Chief Adam Freese to start collecting some data to present to you today, I was really impressed with all the work collaboratively that's been able to be accomplished, and I have some numbers for you here I'd like to go over. Part of the reason we were able to be successful this year in working towards the goals that was established was the chief officer staff and rank and file staff you have working not only at the unit level but with county fire are extremely motivated to do as much work as possible. Division Chief Jeff Sanders is the coordinator for all fuels work in Tuolumne County, also runs baseline camp. Chief Andy Murphy, Division Chief that oversees County Fire, as well as Adam Freese, our unit forester, who supports all of the collaborative efforts and working towards these projects. So for 2019, we have fuel reduction projects and broadcast burning that occurred in Tuolumne County. Fuel reduction projects would be mechanized equipment, hand crews, cut, pile, and burn, etc. And broadcast burning would be the larger scales type burns for brush reduction or range conversion. Between the 17 projects, we were able to complete 943 treated acres in 2019 in Tuolumne County alone. Part of the grant funding that's occurred between Tuolumne County being the recipient, as well as Highway 108 Fire Safe Council through the California Climate Investment Grant Program of CAL FIRE, we currently have roughly $2.7 million of open grant funds working in Tuolumne County right now, going towards fuel reduction type efforts. So, I mean, great job, really great job. That number is extremely high, and I know it's just the start of working towards further efforts. But in preparation for 2020, right now, although we're proud of 2019, we currently have 11 new projects that are planned for 2020, and the NDRC has an additional 8. So for a total of 19 going into 2020 that we're looking at to get CEQA certification, as well as to continue the efforts that everybody's been working towards. And that couldn't be accomplished without all the hard work done by all the different entities that we're speaking of. For public outreach, we pulled some numbers that were pretty impressive. So a combination of education events, which would include fairs, fire station open houses, media, and parades. They estimate that we reached out to over 70,000 people with an estimate of over 2,000 personnel hours attributed to the public outreach for fire safety. Another grant-funded Fire Inspector 1 part-time positions that the county obtained through the California Fire Foundation. They were able to conduct 596 power line inspections in Tuolumne County in the communities of Twain Harte, Sierra Village, Confidence, Groveland, and Miwok Sugar Pine. To complement that, we were also able to do over 5,000 defensible space inspections this year. So those are just some numbers I wanted to be able to give you and kind of tie into this picture here when it comes to the collaboration point. So the ability for Tuolumne County to obtain the grant-funded masticator and the partnership with CAL FIRE and the cooperative agreement, we were then able to provide and allocate the masticating head that goes on that actually takes the brush out. With Tuolumne County equipment, CAL FIRE operator, we're then able to use it on projects for the mutual benefit of reducing the fuels. And that's just one aspect of thinking outside the box of how we're working together with state, local government, cooperative agreements, and working towards a common goal.
I had one question, Nick, before you go.
Sure.
You mentioned the defensible space inspections.
Mm-hmm.
What's your impression of how many of those inspections were deemed to be sufficient versus homes in severe need of it?
I should have come better prepared. So Chief Freese has those numbers specifically. I can tell you that a majority of the homes inspected, that number was greater of passing than needing a second repeat inspection for additional work to be done. Most of it is an educational aspect of just going over the homeowner of what needs to be done, some of it minor, some of it major, but really working with the education part of how to harden your home and be better prepared for wildfire. Yeah. So I apologize for not having that.
I was just looking for your impression. In general, are residents prepared and they understand that this is a necessity now and that, you know, there's a pretty much a larger need than there was in the past and that these inspections are going to continue on?
Yeah, Chief Freese runs our inspection program. We're dedicated to maximizing as many as possible. I would say from being involved with the community outreach and the meetings that we had this year, as well as interacting with the field, there is a heightened sense of awareness to the wildland fire threat and the need for the homeowner or for the resident to be best educated and prepared on what their component is to maximize either, you know, their ability to be structure hardened or evacuations or any of that. I think there's definitely a heightened sense.
Great. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Nick, I've got a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Porter recently spoke at RCRC,
Mm-hmm.
and he was talking about the need both to do the vegetation removal on the SRA, but then also the control burn piece, and he was talking about 500,000 acres. And we acknowledge that. I think we were pretty successful in Tuolumne County, and I believe we got 700 done.
For
I
just
think we
the
were
burning
one of the counties that had a successful project. And we were talking about the challenges associated with that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the comments that came up is in this maintenance piece, and that fire is one of those tools we can get back on the landscape after, say, a large-scale fire, and we actually have some of those field breaks still in place and looking at maybe being able to, because the vegetation component is different, but if you do it within 9 years, there appears to be a lot of benefit. Is that something that we're looking at here, and maybe with regards to some of the, I would say some of that country around Pine Mountain Lake where we had some of those field breaks in place, and again, we're seeing that brush component come back up, and what are we planning for that maintenance effort?
Yeah, the maintenance schedule is something that Chief Freese works on through the resource management shop, either obtaining funding. The largest thing we run into as CAL FIRE is baseline only has a certain amount of crews, and the amount of work that we're doing is exceeding that, so that's where the grant funding through the counties come in. Maintenance is always the biggest hurdle to get over because the heavy lifting comes in. Everything looks great for a couple of years, but then it does start to come back. But there is an effort to put the attention back to the maintenance schedule to ensure what we have. As we look at our fuel break map of the county, that work that's gone in and keeping it there is strategic based on potential. And so all of it is critical, and that's definitely something we're looking at.
Perfect.
Any other questions?
Okay, continuing on. Thanks for dealing with my microphone. All right, so as you heard, a lot of work is happening by CAL FIRE and has been and will continue to for 2020, especially when we look at the NDRC projects, which I know is really exciting. So yellow check mark, we're still on our way. Another item in the community hardening portion of the plan that your board approved is identifying and improving the fire safety of shelter-in-place locations, or sometimes they're known as temporary refuge areas. When we started talking about this, having this conversation, we originally spoke with Chief White about being able to identify some of these temporary refuge areas. And the concern is, of course, that we don't know, A, where the fire's coming from, but B, we don't know the status of a specific area. If we were to designate a certain area, or if he were to, or if the sheriff were to designate a specific area as a temporary refuge area where the community could go to maybe be safe and shelter in place. We don't know. Are the fuels managed properly? Is the building created in such a way or built in such a way that it truly is safe? So one of the things that we've been working on, this was a project spearheaded from the community, but now in partnership with the Tuolumne County Schools, Superintendent of Schools Office. They want to identify, conduct 500 feet of defensible space around 19 of our public schools here in Tuolumne County. And so they have applied for a grant from the California Climate Investments Program, hoping to hear a successful response from CAL FIRE in March. And this is the list or the map of the first 9 schools that will be that work will be conducted on. So we're talking not only is the defensible space on the school property itself done, but then we're talking a 500-foot buffer around that, so on private property. So this has been a huge undertaking, the grant proposal, and it's been, I know, in a partnership with a lot of folks. Chief Murphy has been a key part of that as well as other CAL FIRE folks and all kinds of people. So this project is in process, and once the work is done, then we'll have a much better chance of having these areas truly designated as temporary refuge areas. So that is on its way, not quite done yet. We also talked about large fuel reduction projects where necessary, including canopy reduction. Sorry for that formatting. This is a picture of an idea from the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. This is Columbia. This is Maloney's right here in Columbia, and then it kind of comes up. This is a fuel break that the Fire Safe Council has been discussing and would like to expand the fuel breaks that already exist in this area, not only connect them, but also widen them. So this blue part is a 2-mile buffer. So and then the black part here, this thick line is sort of the cross between public lands, Forest Service primarily, and private lands. And so the Fire Safe Council has been working with discussing with CAL FIRE and the Forest Service, and I know a bunch of other folks, to potentially build this fuel break. Now, there's a lot of hurdles, funding being the primary one. But the county did, knowing that this was a goal of the Fire Safe Council, the county did receive a grant with the BLM, the Bureau for Land Management, to do fuels reduction work on the parcels that are dotted within this fuel break area. So we already have the master stewardship agreement with the Forest Service, so we can do fuels work on Forest Service land. And now we have a good neighbor authority with BLM, so we can do fuels work on BLM land. And the Fire Safe Council can partner with the private folks to get work done on the private lands. So again, there's a lot of hurdles to this, but this just shows that people are really thinking outside the box. And back to the county's not leading or taking charge in every aspect, but we're facilitating and coordinating. And other agencies and other cooperators are doing some excellent work or really thinking up some really great ideas. We also talked about community hardening projects, including residences and utility infrastructure. So these are some pictures from Tuolumne Utilities District. They did a fuel reduction project along their main canal. They partnered with a lot of different folks. The Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Hand Crews, for one. But all kinds of different folks. This was a grant-funded project, and I know that the Groveland Community Service District, Pete was here earlier, also received funding to do a large fuel break project along their main infrastructure as well, up in Groveland. And so we have our partners, our utility infrastructure partners, have been working diligently to also do what they can to protect their infrastructure in the event of a fire. So we're on our way there. Okay, then the third pillar was the regulatory advocacy. And again, this you can find, specifically, this is a screenshot from the plan, but you can find it in the plan that I've attached in the packet. So we talked about increasing the cap on equipment purchases to $250,000. And what I mean by that is the California Climate Investment Grant Program, which we, not only at the county, but a lot of our partners have been extremely successful in receiving grant funds that the governor has set aside to really build some of this fire safety, fire preparedness work. There used to be a cap of only $100,000 on equipment purchases, grant-funded equipment purchases. And for large pieces of equipment, that really doesn't get us very far. Fortunately, in this most recent round of grants, grant solicitations, the cap was raised to $250,000. So that means, for example, that the county applied for a chipper and a boom truck, looks similar to this, though not exactly, that we will use for a residential green waste pickup program if we are awarded the funds. So we will hire a couple grant-funded staff who will go around residences. The residents will do the defensible space work on their own property, take the material to the edge of their driveway, to the road. Then our staff, the grant-funded staff, will pick up that material, will chip it right on site, and then we'll take the truck to remove the chips. So this would not be an option, this program. Again, it's grant funded. We're waiting to hear back. But it wouldn't be an option if the cap hadn't increased on the equipment purchases. And I know Tuolumne County Fire has requested some additional equipment as well. Again, that wouldn't be an option if that cap hadn't increased. So that was one of the items specifically in the plan that your board approved. And I'm happy to report that it was accepted. We also talked about timber harvest plan relief, and while that in particular didn't happen, and that was really about streamlining how private property owners can remove timber from their property in a more efficient, quicker way. While we didn't have that in particular related to timber, we did see in December 2019, December 31st actually, CAL FIRE released and approved their California Vegetation Treatment Program, or the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. So what this meant, sorry for the formatting things again, is that there is now streamlined environmental review processes for fuel reduction on non-federal lands. And this map that just kind of looks like a weird blob of whatever, all these kind of darker brownish spots are all the areas where this streamlined environmental process can be used, and these are all private property owner or private lands, SRA, state responsibility area as we call them, where we can have a streamlined process for prescribed burning, vegetation treatments, grazing and browsing, and then some even herbicide application as well. The hope, of course, from CAL FIRE is that this will help increase our fuels treatments on private property. So we're on the way there, but not quite there. And then, of course, the other items that were listed in the regulatory advocacy plan were a part of your board's local state of emergency request that happened just last meeting. Specifically, dedicated funding for road construction and maintenance for non-primary roads, CEQA waivers, so not only streamlined process like we saw in the Cal VTP program, just this last slide, but a waiver for fuel reduction projects that are being conducted by fire safe councils, resource conservation districts, counties, and a couple other agencies. And then a DIR, or Department of Industrial Relations waiver, which means a no prevailing wage for fuel reduction and home hardening activities. So those specific items were addressed. So we're hoping to hear, stay tuned on what this means. And I'm working with Cal OES right now for additional, they want some additional information on that. And so we're hoping to have some results from the state. And then, of course, there was the task force. The task force, again, meets monthly, and all of these projects kind of go through the task force, and the task force provides input and suggestions, and some of them are being led by some of the task force members. And this is the task force. They created their own mission and their own vision statements, and all of the work that's been going on has been related to or tied to these concepts. So we envision a resilient landscape, reduce risk to public health and safety, proactive communication, safe and orderly evacuations, and public who are educated, prepared, and practicing. And so the task force kind of narrowed using your board's plan as like a framework, they narrowed their plan, or they developed their own work plan and their own goals based on problems problems that they identified, and they're listed here in this column. And then they identified solutions to those. A lot of these I've already discussed, or we will get to. One thing I want to mention, one of the problems we talked about was heavy fuels, and I just want to highlight that we have, because of the master stewardship agreement that we have with the Forest Service and the grants, again, that are available, and our partnership with Tuolumne River Trust to help write those grants, we have just about 10,000 acres of forested land that will be treated, that has funding to be treated on the Stanislaus National Forest. And that's a huge deal. So that's 10,000 acres of additional work that will be done. Yes, that would not have otherwise been done if the county didn't have this agreement with the Forest Service and the county wasn't able to do additional work in partnership alongside the Stanislaus National Forest. So I wanted to draw that in particular to your attention.
Can I ask a quick question about that? And Nick, maybe you're the guy to answer this. Trump just recently, back in January 9th, did some NEPA reform. Is that going to help or affect us moving forward in the future with dealing with the national forest issues? And if you don't know, that's fine. You can always get back to me. But
the NEPA belonging to the federal agencies is not something that I'm familiar with. We deal with CEQA, and so I'm not really sure what kind of effect that's going to have.
Okay. But I'm sure there'll be more to come.
Yes, and I know that the Forest Service has been working. I know the Forest Service has been working for a while on some NEPA reform, and so, yeah.
And that comes in a number of forms too. So, for example, we've been able to utilize CE authority to do some fuels reduction projects, but there's a piece in that authority that says those projects cannot be consecutive. So that means that we end up with some holes, and everyone recognizes that that's not how we're going to, achieve these really large fuel breaks that we want to do. So that's an example of a piece where we're looking for some reform in, and there's really broad agreement that, again, that stipulation that they can't be consecutive really doesn't make a lot of sense.
But the Supervisor Keiken here at the Stanislaus has some plans for doing some NEPA on a larger landscape level, and he will be here in 2 board meetings to discuss that as well as update on the Master Stewardship Agreement projects. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whoop. Got a little ahead of myself here. Sorry. Okay. So, as if we haven't been doing enough, what else has been happening? So your board, again, engaging the community, of course, was one of the major needs for achieving fire safety and community resilience. We all recognize that we can't do this without the community's involvement, engagement, and ultimate participation. So your board set up a Citizens Advisory Committee. The point of the committee is to be made up of citizens who engage their fellow community members. And I have brought with me Carol Hallett, who sits on that committee. She is a very engaged citizen who does a lot of different stuff for our community. But I wanted to speak specifically. So the Citizens Advisory Committee put together also their own work plan, again, as it as it comes under your board's plan. And some of those items that the Citizens Advisory Committee is working on is a Firewise community outreach program, movie theater video. These 2 items we'll discuss here in a bit. Some additional resources on our website for the public to utilize to do this kind of work, to prepare themselves. A map with resources that can be used by first responders, potentially coming in from out of the area. And then some additional efforts to strengthen and expand CERT, the Citizens Emergency Alert, Community Emergency Response Team. And Carol actually is a part of that effort as well. But I wanted to have Carol come up here and speak just a bit about what she's been working on with the other Citizens Advisory Committee members, as well as other community members related to Firewise.
Yes, I would. So is this working? Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Liz, for inviting me to speak today. And I really am proud to sit on this advisory committee and try to help our community in any way I can to be more prepared. That's kind of what I am retired to do. So when I first joined, actually I was selected by my Supervisor Kirk, to be on this committee. And when we first got together, it was very interesting because we all had something different to bring to the table when we sat down and talked about our contributions to the community. And as Liz said, my contribution really was CERT, or is CERT, and that is my biggest focus. But I had heard a little bit about Firewise and was interested when one of the gentlemen on the committee talked about Firewise. So I thought, okay, I need to learn more about this because this definitely can help my community. And specifically, I live in Twain Harte, so that's what I was thinking about. So I went to the website, the Firewise website, and I did some research and learned about what the Firewise program was. And my best way to learn is to do presentations. So I decided to do a presentation in front of my CERT membership. And of course, they asked some great questions, and so I had to do more research, and so I got a better understanding. And then when I did that, I presented to another group, which was the Twain Harte Community Services District Board. And of course, they asked questions, and I got to learn more, and pretty soon I was getting pretty well versed as to what Firewise was about. The thing that I learned in those couple different meetings was that, and in talking to people in the community, they all felt that Firewise was really hard. It took a lot of time. It was not something easy and not really of much interest to go forward with. So I decided that wasn't a good answer. And so I thought, I'm going to show by example, and I'm going to create a Firewise neighborhood. So I chose my neighborhood. And what I did is I talked to a few people that lived in my neighborhood, and we're very rural. We're on the outside of Twain Harte, so we don't have, the little smaller properties. Some of us have large properties, but it's kind of in between having both. So I talked to a few people in my neighborhood and picked a few people that said they wanted to lead and be the board for our neighborhood. We named the neighborhood and we figured out the boundary, and I started taking notes. Okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. And I ordered some of the Firewise brochures, and I got these, and we walked around to our neighbors, and we handed these out and invited them all to a meeting. And so I had that meeting. About 30 of the 50 properties that we selected for our neighborhood showed up. And so I thought that was a pretty good showing. Supervisor Kirk came and supported me in this effort. And so that was our first kickoff of any Firewise neighborhood in Twain Harte. What I decided I needed to do, so from that, we went ahead and that committee took off and started working on their application, their plan, all the things you need to do to be able to have a Firewise neighborhood. And I'm kind of excited to let you know that yesterday we received an email that said that we have we're a registered something or other. So I think we're really close to being, approved. So that's kind of exciting. Anyway, so I decided that what I needed to do was create this, develop a plan that could actually be replicated and be used in other neighborhoods. So with that, I learned a lot more because, again, being at this committee meeting that we have, I met people that could help me in knowing things like that there was a CAL FIRE grant that we could have. And so I went to the CAL FIRE grant meeting and learned what they needed for us to be able to write a grant. And the first thing I found out was that probably my neighborhood wouldn't be able to do that because we're not a nonprofit and we're not big enough and we're not, there was lots of knots that we had. But I was able to be introduced to Highway 108 Fire Safe Council and talked with them and realized, I could go under them and get those grant monies. So then I really had a full-on plan. I knew the steps we needed to take. I knew how we could get the grant monies once we got a plan together and once we were approved neighborhood. So I went out and talked to more people. I also, through Liz, realized that there was OES grant monies that you guys, that she had to be able to help publicize different meetings. So I utilized those to create. I actually took this brochure and created a flyer. So this flyer was mailed out through the CSD billing so that they could invite the Twain Harte proper people to a meeting, which was going to be on December 3rd. And we also, using the OES monies, created a poster, and this went around to invite people as well. And December is not a great month to have a meeting, but I wanted to have it sooner than later because of the fact that the CAL FIRE monies, although we missed the 2019 deadline, I knew there'd be more money in 2020. If you don't start now, you never get it done. So we went ahead and had the meeting. We had about 45 people join us in that meeting that evening. It was supported by Jason Terry from OES, and also Twain Harte Fire came. So when the participants asked questions, I had more people to help support answer those questions. And guess what? We learned more again. From that group, there was 45 people who gave me their name and contact information and said, I want to be involved in a Firewise neighborhood. And of those 14 people, 9 people said, I want to lead it. So I have a group of people I can go after and use my plan that can be replicated and have those people do it. I also created these yard signs, and what I do with these is anybody who signs up for Firewise, they get to have one of these in their yard. And this again was paid for by the OES grant monies. And what that does is it lets people know that we are looking to make Firewise, so we get publicity, and we also know who is involved in this with just by driving down the street. Quick little story. Principal at Twain Harte School said his kids were up playing in the hills above his house, and he has one of these Firewise signs in his yard, and he called up the kids and said, what are you guys doing up there? And they said, don't worry, Dad, we're just creating a Firewise neighborhood. I thought that was cute. Anyway, so with all this knowledge and the efforts that I have gone through, I have identified already 5 different neighborhoods who want to go ahead and actually they're in different stages of creating a Firewise neighborhood. So Cedarview I talked about. There's another one called Mark Twain, Lilac Terrace, Tuolumne Road, and Black Hawk. It probably represents about 190 properties in Twain Harte, and I have not yet contacted the 9 people from the meeting in December. So I have a lot of work to do to create a real Firewise neighborhood in Twain Harte, but it's at least something that can be replicated and that we can go forward with. Now, what did I learn? I learned that it's not that Firewise is hard to do. The steps are not that difficult, and there's not that many steps to do. But even if you find a champion for a neighborhood, they need somebody who's going to be the cheerleader and to make it happen. So even when the people, for example, in Mark Twain, they very much want to do this Firewise neighborhood, but if I don't promote it a little bit, then it kind of dies down. So it's not a project that's going to work on its own, but it is a project that can work. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a real quick, I'll say observation. Thank you for everything you're doing. It's incredible stuff. And this is just for the public. This is, you don't become a Firewise community and then you stop. Okay, this has to become a way of life because you have to maintain the work that you've done. So yes, it's you need the cheerleader and everything, like you said, to get it going. But it's sort of like when we embraced recycling, okay? You got to keep recycling. You don't just get your recycling can and then stop. So, once you make your community Firewise, you got to keep it that way too. So just wanted to make that comment.
I think also, Mr. Campbell, you asked about defensible space. And one of the things that I have found so far, most people understand defensible space that live here. Most people that live here and understand defensible space have it. It's the properties that don't live here, and it's the blank properties, the properties that don't have a cabin or a house on it, that are risk more than anything else. And having a possibility of like the composting or the roadside pickup that Liz was talking about, that's so important because like in my neighborhood, we're all gray-haired and happily retired, not doing anything, and we don't mind cleaning our defensible space, keeping that up. But some of us, we may be able to get it out to the curb, but getting it hauled off and paying for big trees to come down and things like that, it does become a burden. So I appreciate everything that's going on in that regard.
And you highlight something that's really been important for the entire group's effort, and that's how do we be strategic? How do we have conversations? There are so many entities that are doing good things, including the Citizens Advisory Group, but how do we pull it together and really get them maximize this effort? And one other piece that you can announce with your Firewise communities, the head of the California Fair Plan announced in November, and it's a starting place. We're just, again, I want to emphasize, I don't think it's enough, but if you have a Firewise community and you're on the California Fair Plan, they're offering a 10% reduction in the rate.
So may I ask you to say that one more time?
Yes, because it is, again, it's an important opening. If you are in a Firewise community and you have the California Fair Plan as your home fire insurance, they are offering a 10% rate reduction.
Awesome. And USAA is also, and I do have a few of my neighbors who have USAA, so that's awesome to hear.
Share that information.
I will. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it has been a pleasure to have Carol on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Another aspect that committee has been doing is trying to outreach and advertise, not only for Firewise, but also just general preparedness and fuels reduction work that needs to take place. So another one of our committee members worked with the local movie theater and worked with CAL FIRE to put a video together. We all sort of vetted the video, and there's some local contact information that folks can contact if they want more information about Firewise, but I just wanted to show you all this video. This will be airing in the movie theater at every showing and every screen for an entire year, starting at the end of this month, so going until January of 2021, I guess. So here you go. Oh, geez. AV problems, of course. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah. Great idea, everybody.
Catastrophic losses throughout the state. Flying embers from these wildfires cause additional fires to break out, including from home to home.
Sorry.
Do your part to protect your home by clearing dead vegetation from your yard, roof, and rain gutters. Maintain annual grasses at a maximum height of 4 inches. Wildfire destroys. Create your defensible space now. Learn more from CAL FIRE on making your home more fire resistant at readyforwildfire.org.
Okay, sorry about that. You'll just have to go to the movies to see the real thing. But anyway, that's another effort that, again, has been led by a citizen completely. It has been paid for by the grant that Carol mentioned, that this is a grant, again, from California Climate Investments that County OES received, and it's about supporting our community members who want to work toward Firewise.
I have one question.
Yes.
It kind of touches on one of the things that Carol mentioned with respect to the unimproved parcels and the debris and unmaintained ladder fields that are on those. Has the Citizens Advisory Committee looked into that issue at all? And can we get kind of an idea of what solutions they're looking at potentially?
Yeah, sure. So one of our committee members, so each committee member kind of has their own sort of specialized assignment, although they're working together on some of these things, Firewise in particular. One of our committee members has been researching some other vegetation ordinances that maybe other jurisdictions have in place already, and will be providing me that information. I know he's kind of in the research phase right now, but will be giving me that to see so that potentially, and we'll get to the slide, I think, here shortly about where we go from from here. And that is one of the items that we've heard. I know your board has heard about a local ordinance for some of those unimproved parcels. So I believe we'll be maybe potentially working on that. Again, right now we're in the research phase of who's doing it and who's doing it well and what can we learn from that. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so in addition, we've been working on this regional county coalition. Your board is aware at the last meeting, your board entered into this regional county coalition for fire safety with our partner counties here, Mariposa, Alpine, Calaveras, Amador, and El Dorado counties, so that we can work collaboratively and then work potentially with RCRC as well to get additional resources here for us counties who have this great need for fire safety and community resilience. We've also, your board has been working diligently on the homeowners insurance advocacy, and the issue. These are some photos from when the insurance commissioner came to the Opera Hall. It was a packed house, even packed street, as I understand, spilling out. And while I understand that meeting was frustrating for a lot of public in attendance, we have seen the conversation now become elevated. And Supervisor Brennan, I know that you're chairing, I believe, the committee at RCRC for this very issue. And I think
it is evolving at a rapid rate.
Yes.
And I want to thank all the people that showed up there. Okay. It's important to show up, and the reason the dialogue is moving along is because of things like this. Right. Okay, it's one thing for one of us or two of us on the board to press it, or it's another thing for the board maybe to pass a resolution. But when an elected official shows up and we fill a place like the Opera Hall, and people are talking, it may be frustrating to you because you don't walk out with the answer you wanted at the time, but it gets wheels started, and it's really, really important.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and then of course we've been working to strengthen our partner relationships, confirm our processes, and then continue to build trust among agencies and the public. And I see that back to Supervisor Rotifer's comments from January of last year, that it's county government's responsibility to facilitate and coordinate, but not necessarily to lead every effort. But this is one thing that I feel personally is really important for county government to do, to make sure that we're all talking, we're all communicating, we're all on the same page, we all have the same focus, that we're all, our processes, say for evacuations, are all consistent. And so we've spent a lot of time discussing, say, with the Sheriff's Office and our Healthcare and Safety Coalition partners to confirm the process for evacuating those with access and functional needs, to make sure that we're all on the same page, or whatever the issue may be. So we've been spending a lot of time doing that, building relationships, etc. And then, of course, we have applied for additional projects, and I've mentioned most of these already, but we have applied for additional funding to do more roadside brushing, more defensible space for seniors, that residential green waste pickup program I mentioned. County Fire has applied for for funding to purchase a truck trailer and masticator head to use with that skid steer to do additional projects. And then we have applied for additional $5 million to do some forest health projects on the Stanislaus National Forest with the MSA as well. A total, sorry for that formatting issue again, but a total of $7.2 million that we've applied for, that we're waiting to hear back. Really, actually all of this in March. So stay tuned on all of that. And so now what else do we need to do? Where do we need to go from here? We saw a lot of those green checks, that we achieved a lot of what we said we would do or hope to do. But where are we at now? As was discussed at the local state of emergency, or when I was presenting the local state of emergency item to your board last meeting, we talked a lot about how we've been relying on grant funds and our partner relationships, which frankly, as you've heard today, I think have been excellent. We've achieved a lot, but we need to have some ongoing dedicated funding in order to see long-term changes. We have gotten a lot of resources here, but but we need something that's more longer term. And so we need funding for enforcement. We've talked about a local hazardous vegetation ordinance specifically for parcels where there is no residence on them. But we would need funding to enforce that. And that's a long-term, ongoing thing. That's not a one time and then you're done. As you heard, this is a maintenance thing. You got to keep it up. We've also, if this green waste removal disposal program gets funded, that's great. But what are we going to do when the grant runs out? And then, of course, other fuels management for public infrastructure, making sure that our public infrastructure, not just county, but other public infrastructure, has the fuels maintenance funding that it needs to keep the infrastructure safe and fire protected. Then, of course, road improvements for secondary ingress, egress, defensible space assistance for vulnerable homeowners, so seniors and those with access and functional needs. And then, as we heard from Chief Cashy, fuel break maintenance is a huge one. Getting funding to build fuel breaks is one thing, but maintaining them and funding to maintain them, that's a whole other hurdle that we need to start seeing some ongoing long-term funding that's dedicated to this. And then, of course, the homeowners insurance issue. We need to continue to advocate for that. And I know your board is. I'm not saying that you're not, because you are. And I think more so than a lot of other counties probably in the state. But we need to continue to advocate for this problem because it is becoming widespread here in the county. And again, I know your board knows it. But anyway, so that's sort of what we still need to do. And then one thing I just wanted to mention, Supervisor Kirk, actually, you said this at the last year at the board meeting, was that we will never hear about the success stories. This is one of those tricky things that if a place doesn't burn, then that's a success. But you never know, except for a couple probably select few times, you'll never really know about what that fuel break did to stop that fire, or how the defensible space on that person's property not only stopped the fire from getting to their home, but stopped it from spreading to others, or how, somebody's evacuation plan or preparedness plan that they had put together actually helped them get out in time. It'll be difficult to hear those stories. So that just makes it difficult to keep it in our forefront, to keep us working, but it's something that we have to keep doing. So that's the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
John.
No questions, just a few comments. Great presentation. For the few that have contacted me and have told me Tuolumne County is doing nothing on fire safety, I'm going to make sure I send them to the county webpage and look at the video. The last statement you talked about, the success stories, we have a big one with the rim fire in what happened in the Pine Mountain Lake area using those fire breaks that were established, and this work that Swift had done and stuff. So it's never ending. Appreciate the work that all of you do, and it's the collaboration, it's the working together. But it's not going to stop. It's just one of these things that's going to be continuous because, like the chief says, it keeps growing, and we just have to keep after it. So thank all of you for what you do.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, just very quick because we're way over time. But just to reiterate, everything we did last year, I won't say everything. There are some one-time things, but most of the work that we did last year, we have to do it again this year on the landscape that we did, plus we have to do more. So if you cleared your property last year, clear it again this year because it's all this wonderful rain. It's great. I really like it. It brings the green turns to brown, and the brown turns to fire.
Supervisor.
Yeah, I'm just glad I got Carol Hallett to be on that thing. Work smart, not hard, and she's so just thank you publicly for what you're doing there. And so many great things have been said, but what I'm walking away from this is obviously there's a lot to do, but I think Nick nailed it. We're motivated. The board's motivated, the community's motivated. People like Carol are motivated to get this out in front of the constituents. And 50, 60 years to get where we are. It's going to take decades to get out, but we're pushing the needle in the right direction. And so thank you all for who have been part of this solution, and looking forward to this year and what we're going to accomplish.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, as others have said, for that report. There's been consistent and persistent work done on this issue, and it's very clear to see pretty much every day, or at least every other day, I see meetings or we have discussions with somebody about this issue. And, this is the new normal. Fire clearance is a part of life in Tuolumne County now. It has to be a partnership between the county and citizens, and it's going to be something that we're going to be living with. Just as we have to budget for filling potholes and making sure that the lights stay on, we need to make sure that we have that we secure funding to keep some of these fire clearance projects going even after the grants dry up. So thank you very much for identifying some of these needs. And, there's still a lot of work left to do, but I think we have some clear solutions. We have some research-backed methods of solving some of these issues. As I said before, I think resolving the issue of unimproved parcels and fire clearance on those it's probably the number one issue that I hear about from constituents. And so, any kind of movement we can make on that and getting some suggestions from the Citizens Committee, I'd be very eager to hear that. So, again, thank you very much for your work, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Before I go to public comment, I just also want to emphasize that just because an item had a green check doesn't mean that we're walking away from it. The education piece, for example, is ongoing. It will continue to be ongoing. And a number of those items, like I said, that had the green check are still going to be pieces that we're going to be addressing. So is there any public comment on this item?
Well, I want to thank Supervisor Kirk because I also thought Carol Hallett was an excellent appointee, because I've been at least one of those meetings. And she's had a lot to contribute, and she knows what's going on in the community, and I might not say that about some other people. There are also other partners in the community, and so I know that Supervisor Gray was accused of conflicts of interest and all this stuff that I don't necessarily realize. But we have had a conversation about one of your interests, and that was getting part of Chinese camp cleaned up. And so there were other areas. But, we've gotten, I think, every cemetery now in Tuolumne County has gotten cleaned up. And it's been, for at least the last 4 years, I've been able to get some seniors to do it as a senior project. So this was the first year I was approached by a bunch of girls who want to go out to Chinese camp to the city cemetery in the spring. And then the sheriff has gone behind me when I didn't know and had many of his crews out cleaning up the cemeteries too. So we have these other options that aren't necessarily paid consultants or professionals or whatever that we could also count on, because I don't think we have a messy cemetery left. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
So, that point is well taken, though. We have a number of folks that are engaged in this and our partners, and we've only highlighted a few, and we do owe a debt of gratitude to everyone that is involved in this. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will be back at 11:25, 9-minute recess. Yeah, if you would please read item 11.
Sorry. This is consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Amanda Duncan, recognizing her receipt of a civil award from the Emergency Medical Service Authority for her heroic act on July 25th, 2019.
Hello, board members. CEO Riggs. My name is Clarence Team. I'm the Emergency Medical Services Coordinator for Tuolumne County. On July 25th, 2019, Amanda Duncan was enjoying a nice summer day with her two daughters at God's Bath when Amanda saw a young woman floating face down and jumped in the water to pull her out with help from others. Ms. Duncan administered CPR, performed abdominal thrusts on the woman, and shortly thereafter, the woman regained pulses and started breathing on her own. Ms. Duncan then hiked to her car and called for help. CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County Ambulance, responded and treated the patient on scene. The patient was transported by CalStar Air Ambulance to Doctors Medical Center in Modesto. Thanks to Ms. Duncan's quick thinking, the patient fully recovered. Without the heroic acts of Ms. Duncan, the quality care provided by CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County Ambulance Service, CalStar Ambulance Service, and Doctors Medical Center, the outcome surely wouldn't have been this good. Ms. Duncan's willingness to put herself at risk by jumping into cold, fast-moving water and performing life-saving procedures should be recognized and held up as an example to everyone. Being willing to undertake these actions saved the life of a 26-year-old woman. On December 4th, 2019, the California Emergency Medical Authority recognized Ms. Duncan's acts by presenting her with the Civilian Award for EMS. The Civilian Award recognizes civilians who provide extraordinary service during a course of an EMS emergency. Ms. Duncan was awarded one of only 3 of these awards in 2019. I respectfully recommend that the board approve a certificate of commendation for Ms. Duncan on receiving the award from the California EMS Authority.
Ms. Duncan, can you join us at the podium, please?
Do we?
And while she is making her way up here, I'd ask if there are any board comments, and we also need a motion on this.
I'll move on the recognition, and I want to thank you for your courageous actions. I don't know what else to say. It's pretty incredible.
I'll second, and also I know the place well, and it can be a dangerous place, and for you to be able to do what you did up there, it's tremendous. So thank you.
Yeah, and it's the true spirit of our community that we look out for each other, and even when we're enjoying our natural beauty, it comes with risks, and having people that are educated in how to provide first responder care is really essential. So thank you for having that knowledge and using those skills to help a fellow citizen.
Of course, I have to say something because I bump into you at work. But were your children with you?
Yeah, my 2 daughters.
Yeah, so your mom's a hero, and fortunately for you, nothing happened to you. But, I mean, that's like the perfect example of laying your life down for somebody you don't know, and especially doing it in front of your kids, because I think any one of us with kids, we think twice before we put ourselves in peril. But so thank you, and you're well deserving of whatever. I hope you win the lottery. So.
I gotta play first.
Before I approach the podium and take the vote on the motion, is there any public comment?
Good morning, Board. I'm Bill Caldera with Manteca District Ambulance, and I've been at this podium before, nothing usually this fantastically wonderful. Supervisor Kirk, we're not recognizing you today, but I'm glad that that's there also, speaking of, jumping over desk and things lately. It's been a good year. Those of you that have been to God's Bath, the ambulance actually came from Sonora because the ambulance in Soulsbyville was busy. Takes about 45 minutes to get there. So if persons like this don't participate and turn a blind eye, the outcome would be much different. And we need to recognize that, those of us that live here, but also the people that come and visit. If they're used to services, we have what we call austere care, and we're doing the best we can with what we have to work with, and you all know that well. But I just want to come up and celebrate and shake your hands. Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm just stepping out of the way so she.
You're the center of attention.
Absolutely are. And so I want to thank both you and your daughters for waiting. We've had a very busy morning. I want to emphasize one bullet point here that has already been stated, but it's important. On December 4th, 2019, the California Emergency Medical Services Authority recognized Amanda by presenting her with the Civilian Award for EMS. The Civilian Award for EMS recognizes a civilian who provides extraordinary service during the course of an EMS emergency. Ms. Duncan was awarded one of 3 such awards for 2019. So Amanda is hereby commended by the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for your heroic acts resulting in the saving of a life on July 25th, 2019. What you have done cannot be understated, and Tuolumne County is very grateful for your service.
Thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
This is a presentation on the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors priorities for 2019's fourth quarter.
All right, good morning, members of the board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. Early in 2019, your board adopted priorities which focused on public safety and roads. However, within there are 6 focus areas: fire preparedness, land use, road improvements, vulnerable populations, as well as county infrastructure and employee development, which we'll hear more about later. This presentation today is your opportunity to hear directly from departments on some of the things that they've been working on that align with those board priorities. So with that, we'll start with the County Administrator's Office, Office of Emergency Services.
I'm not going to belabor. You just heard a lot about what I've been up to, and I believe you'll hear from some others about what they've been up to related to fire safety and preparedness. But there is, in case you're interested in reading again what I just presented, there's a whole list of information in your board's packet there of what I've been up to in particular.
Hi, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. For me, I have 3 projects under your priorities of county infrastructure. The first one is the Community Resiliency Center that we have a grant, as you well know, under NDRC. Again, as Liz said, I'm not going to belabor things. You're going to hear a full presentation this afternoon in regards to it. The next one is the jail project. This project has been going for a while. It's a 60,000 square foot building. It is complicated. It is tough. We know we were originally planning to be done with the project this past winter. We are continuing to work with the contractor in regards to get this project completed. As I noted in another board item, sometime this spring, the project will be completed. The third item is Law and Justice Programming document. This is a document that will look at our criminal justice partners that are currently not on the Law and Justice Center campus and talking with those departments and figuring out what spaces do they need. Includes programming spaces, includes indoor spaces, outdoor spaces, talking to them about adjacencies. And the other big item, there's two more items in regards to the programming document, is we have 3 parcels out there on the Law and Justice Center that are currently vacant. How is the best utilization of those 3 sites, and how can we maximize it and look at things? The third component that I mentioned is the future Gardella Ranch Road. What is the alignment? What do we need for it? And how much is it going to cost? And we told the architects that we need cost estimates for different phases or different segments of that road, depending on what we want to do. That programming document will be completed this March and will be presented to your board at that time. I'm here to answer any questions you may have on any of those 3 projects.
Thank you. Next.
All right, next we'll bring up Kelly Schroeder. She's our Ag Commissioner, amongst many other things, and she'll share with you what they've been doing.
Good morning. Yes, I am the Ag Commissioner, Animal Control Director, and Air Pollution Control Officer. For the Ag Department and the Animal Control Department, we have been working with Liz in the Fire Resiliency Task Force, so we continue our efforts there. The Air Pollution Department has been continuing to work on the prescribed fire burn program. There has been few thousand acres that have been approved for prescribed burn. We have ignition requests just this week for another like 800 acres. So that is going as well. And we're also working on the residential open burning program to reduce fuel loading as well. We continue to provide daily public assistance and notification of the burn status, and we continue to work with the Tuolumne County schools in monitoring the particulate matter. And we've also given away not given away. We have $125,000 for the wood stove smoke program, the replacement program, and we've replaced 9 stoves so far with the new contract that we received, and we've received 34 vouchers as well. So there's still quite a bit of money to go out for people with low income to reduce smoke impacts and to replace older wood burning stoves. So thank you. Any questions?
Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. Here just to present on a couple of highlights that we've been working on for the last 3 months. We did finalize and release 2 requests for proposals. One is for a Title 17 zoning code update, which includes addressing issues related to affordable housing, accessory dwelling units, and ensuring that we're meeting all the new state laws regarding by right housing. We also released an RFP to bring a consultant on to complete a climate action plan, which is one of the mandates in the 2018 general plan update. We expect to be making decisions and initiating those projects in March. We are continuing to implement and work with our first-time homebuyer program as well as our housing rehab program. Sheila Shanahan and myself, the Community and Housing Programs Manager, are excitedly spending grant money that we received under SB 2 and should be receiving soon under regional planning grants, which that new grant was approximately $200,000 over a 3-year period. And lastly, Sheila Shanahan continues to work on implementing the funding we received for the No Place Like Home grant, which is a grant to provide permanent supportive housing to certain populations of our county. So we're working very hard, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and touch on facilities real quick. During the 4th quarter, we were able to replace a hot water heater at the county jail, completed the upgrades at Standard Concessionary Park, repairs to the Farm Advisor building, where a water line had failed. But we've also taken some time to look at the processes and procedures and how we're doing things at facilities to try to expedite some of the projects. And so we are seeing some of that, the pace of that pick up to become more efficient as well. So with that, I'll invite Fire up.
Good morning.
My name is Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief, and just want to go over a few highlights from the fourth quarter, of course, and of course, naturally, in thinking of fire department, fire preparedness and resiliency is what we do every minute of every day. But some of the other things that the department does and doing the work that it does also affects vulnerable populations, land use, road improvements, that sort of thing, in our cooperation with CAL FIRE and other agencies. So just to highlight, I've been sending out the monthly newsletter over the last few months, so some of the stuff you may have seen about the December one will come out today. But TCFD provided fire prevention education and volunteer firefighter recruitment information of following events: Fire Prevention Week open houses, the Groveland CSD Emergency Services Day, Red Cross with Santa, Trunk or Treat, the Tuolumne County Adult Health Fair, smoke detector installations with the Red Cross, drugstore project, superintendent of schools and the sheriff's office, a Jordan Reyes blood drive, employee open house, which is very successful. Also participated in the several career fairs, Field the Boot, and the Columbia College Firefighter Academy and graduation. I'll spit it out here. Also working with the Community Development Department and the Building Department, adopted through board resolution the new California codes, the fire code, and building code referencing fire and life safety standards. We're also working towards increasing the communications for emergency services throughout the county by getting a permanent repeater up at Moccasin Peak, and also working with County OES and one of the grants that the County OES manages, and getting portable repeaters for the emergency services in the county. We're also working, like every other department, with the CAO's office in the We Are Tuolumne County and attending those events. And then also, let me wrap this up here, trying to streamline a little bit. So we also, meetings and committees in every aspect, and even Caltrans Emergency Traffic Management, Fire Safe Schools Coalition, Columbia College Fire Tech Advisory. We're continuing to work on our proactive fire code and life safety inspection program, Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Care Committee, and like so many other departments, and there's so many other things, it's the same with them. There's so much going on every single day. It's hard to report on, and we're making those contacts and working with our cooperators. And just to wrap up, in the quarter, Tuolumne County Fire Department responded to 30 vegetation fires, 12 structure fires, 131 other fires. Could be a vehicle fire or a planter box fire, any size. Over 1,000 medical aids, 623 other calls, for a total of 1,528 incidents, compared to 1,348 the year before. So a little over 100 more. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. After my report, we'll have several staff from the agency speaking to their particular departments. I'm going to speak to ambulance today. So during the fourth quarter, we continued to plan and discuss planning activities concerning public safety power shutoff events. And during the quarter, we had planned to do an evacuation exercise, but we were preempted by one of these power shutoff events, so we will schedule that out into the future. During the quarter, your ambulance made 759 Medicare transports and 244 Medi-Cal transports. I will remind your board that 80% of your transports are either Medicare or Medi-Cal at this time.
Good morning. Michael Wilson, Behavioral Health Director, and I will keep this brief as well. One of the things we've been working on is our continued outreach and engagement and enrollment into behavioral health services. We do that through triage, our crisis services, and having staff working with probation at the juvenile detention facility as well as in probation downtown. We continue to expand our services in schools as well. We have a halftime half-day clinician at Curtis Creek. And one of the things we're also working on with the superintendent of schools, as well as some of her district superintendents, is pursuing a grant, which would be $2.5 million over 4 years to provide mental health services directly within the schools for ease of access for students and families. So keep your fingers crossed. It's a competitive grant. We also are improving our substance use services through Drug Medi-Cal. So we're ramping up, continuing to ramp up. We hired a new staff and are making some pretty good progress, everything from our policy and procedures and our evidence-based practices that we have to use. One thing I'd like to point out is that this is our current org chart, and you'll see all the yellow. We have about a dozen vacancies, so we're struggling with caseload size, providing services, and recruiting and retaining staff. But all the same, the staff continue to do really good work. Staff are working extra. They're getting the job done. I just want to acknowledge my staff for doing that. Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry. I know we're trying to do this quick. With that grant that you're talking about, the $2.5 million, is that something new?
It is something to do. The Mental Health Services Student Services Act through the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission launched it. It was, I think there's still a chance for other counties to compete, and I took the pulse of the other small counties, and about 8 to 10 are also going to apply.
Is that under the new administration, Newsom and?
I'm not sure where it's got its track.
I was just curious because with the ASIS and with him, with all that coming on board, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot more funding for that area.
Absolutely.
With children. Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Board. Lisa Heapstock with the Public Health Department. I'm the Programs and Services Manager there. In October, we had our annual health fair and our annual flu clinic where the health department staffed the flu clinic, and we served over 1,000 clients, giving them flu shots. We have more at the health department if anybody wants to come and get one. In October, we also had our first vaping-related injury. Our tobacco control program has then since presented over 20 presentations, especially during Red Ribbon Week in October, to schools and parents and children. The Women's, Infants, and Children's program had a new systems change which occurred, and in the last 3 months, October, November, December, they've served over 400 families, issuing the new benefits and working with the stores and the retailers for utilizing that card. The CalFresh Healthy Living program received an award for exceptional media and communications work, where they demonstrated exceptional outreach to target populations, including unique opportunities in support of the statewide days. The Housing Disability and Prevention Program continues to operate. They are housing 2 current clients, and 1 client found permanent housing in that time. Communicable disease, which is always our favorite topic. There is a current norovirus outbreak. It did start occurring last quarter, so please wash your hands with soap and water. Hand sanitizer does not work. There continues to be rabies in the community, especially in the skunk population, and our sexually transmitted diseases are skyrocketing. Gonorrhea and syphilis are really big right now, and so it's across all populations, all ages. The maternal and child and adolescent health, there was unfortunately a large increase in infant sleep-related deaths, so there were 3 presentations done in the last quarter to try to work on that and disseminate information into the community. The California Children's Services Program, the physical therapist was with the program for 30 years. She retired in December. An RFQ was put out and a new physical therapist was brought on board. There was a grant applied for through the County Medical Services Program. It's for a $50,000 planning grant for 1 year, dealing with the local indigent care population. Hopefully we'll find out in February if we got it. The Hospital Preparedness Program completed its communications test, which tests the electronic status reporting system as well as redundant communication with all of its partners, including phone, fax, and radios. The local oral health program completed its first phase of the statewide pilot project with Smile Keepers, where they saw over 450 children. They're utilizing a new data system to screen for caries, and they're one of 4 in the state. We're the only rural county doing that. And lastly, our Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program completed its statewide table talk exercise on wildfires with over 25 agencies represented, with a focus on evacuations for hospitals, schools, and residents, and then the mass sheltering for those populations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Brennan, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. I'm Lori Darby, Program Manager for Department of Social Services. During the fourth quarter, our staff, well, your staff, actually did exceptional work, receiving 1,580 applications and also conducting 947 interviews for the same day. Your staff was also able to permanently house 32 families. In an effort to ensure vulnerable populations continued to receive medical coverage, a grant called the Medi-Cal Navigation Project was applied for, and we were awarded $514,131. The project is intended for a very specific population to enroll and retain their medical services for an estimated 7,000 people in our community. The individuals for this population are persons with disabilities, aged population, persons who are homeless, persons with limited English proficiency, persons who are in county jail, state prison, on state or county parole, county probation, and/or post-release community supervision. We're looking forward to implementing this grant that will allow us to expand our navigation efforts to include these populations. Any questions? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CAO, County Council. Corey Allen with the Department of Social Services. Just two quick highlights. We've chosen to focus on child welfare program and how we've performed in the last quarter. We received 221 referrals of abuse or neglect against children just in that quarter alone. We've investigated, that average is 74 per month. I want to highlight that 2 emergency response investigators are managing that workload. 18 of those were immediates. That means we jump up and we go right now, and those are severe. The remaining 68 were responded to within a 10-day period. So I'm just here to tell you that we have some significant workload that is alongside a 7% vacancy rate and a 37% turnover rate within that unit. I do want to shift and tell you about one exciting story. One program that the Child Welfare Services program picked up under the Continuum of Care Reform Act was picking up children as non-minor dependents. That means that they can stay in foster care until the age of 21. So we do that added work to help youth get into their adulthood as safely as possible. We had one youth that came into our care at the age of 15 years old. She was a non-registered she was not a citizen of the United States of America. I always forget what the actual language is. But we diligently worked with our county council to get her legally as a juvenile within the state of California and within the United States so that she can have a safe life. She was severely abused by her family. When she went to the criminal court and helped in that prosecution of those crimes, her family abandoned her. We were able to safely keep her here in the United States, and what we recently did, and in this quarter, was we used grant funding through Cal OES Victim Services money and helped finish all of her citizenship paperwork. She is a now 21-year-old eager to move into law enforcement or a similar type field, something she would not have been able to accomplish had we not assisted her. So she is an absolute hero and a demonstration of the great work being done. Thank you.
Good morning, Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. I'm just here to report out a little bit on roads. So this past quarter, our road crews continued to surface patch with hot asphalt on over 30 roads. They conducted brushing and clearing, erosion control repairs, pothole patching, tree trimming, striping and sign maintenance, and assisted with additional sign placements during the power shutoffs. Finished the J59 shoulder repairs, cleaned and in some cases replaced culverts, removed down trees, and cleared landslides, just to name a few things. And they did this with a pretty good Thanksgiving storm, which meant early plowing and sanding. For the capital projects this quarter, the engineering team completed bridge maintenance on Jacksonville Bridge, and storm repairs on Marsh's Flat, Kelly Grade in District 4, Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction in District 5, and Buchanan Road 2017 storm damage repairs in District 3. Any questions?
All right, thank you, everybody. That concludes the fourth quarter report for the 2019 board priorities. It's recommended your board approve the attached fourth quarter report on the 2019 board priorities and focus areas.
So before we have board comments and more questions, a couple of things that I want to highlight is for the public.
Microphone.
Thank you. For the public's benefit, this was a quick overview. All of the activities I think that were mentioned were in addition to the normal work the normal workload that was out there, and this really just highlighted those activities with direct correlation to the priorities that were established last year. I would invite folks to look at the full report because it is quite exhaustive, and also I want our staff to know that we have a very, very full agenda today. And this is an important item. I think that it's important for us to hear everything that's going on. And so the next report that we have, we're going to be certain that it is at a time sensitive where we can have more conversation. But at this point in time, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment. That's not what this says.
Thank you for keeping it brief. And then I'm always impressed when I hear some of the things. And I've now witnessed 3 or 4 incidents of heroism in our county. And where's our media? Every time I turn around, criminals in this county get all this publicity and all this attention. And people who do amazing work get like zip. And then all these people who come up and bitch and complain about how you guys don't do anything and you're so ineffective and you're so horrible. Where are they? They're not here either. So I applaud you.
I applaud our staff.
Can't do it without them.
And I was just reminded that it's presentation only.
That is correct. I just had some clarification from County Council, so I think my fellow board members may have some comments and I'd like to
start with me. Well, Sherry, you kind of hit it. This presentation is a brief, could be longer, but we do have some time limitations. But I want the public to know how hard our staff works and how many things that are on their table every single day, on top of what you said, that the day-to-day duties. Staffing is an issue in this county. We're always looking for good people, and there are jobs here in the county. There are professional jobs. So if you're out there, public, and you're looking for a great place to work, come to Tuolumne County because we need you. Thank you.
So you looked at me. I don't know.
Comment.
Yeah, yes, I do. I also want to highlight that the role of the board is really providing the direction, and the real work gets done by the staff. And we've got a tremendous staff. And I just want to highlight that 7 years ago when I first sat on this dais, if you compare our county leadership today with the county leadership that was in place back then, there's not a single person that was here then in the position that they're here now in. So we've got a tremendous turnover in our leadership. We've had some turnover in our staff, and I can't be more pleased. Do we have some room to grow and work better? Absolutely. But our staff is doing tremendous work, and I think this is merely the bullet points on that. So thank you very much.
Supervisor?
I'll be very brief. It's clear that county staff is doing the job that they've been asked to do, and then some. There are some issues that were concerning. You hear 17% vacancy and 30 some odd percent turnover. Those are pretty high numbers, and we had several departments that had similar kind of staffing issues, and so. We're doing so much with less, and I worry about fatigue in staff. I know that's always an issue with any department, but it's been you can feel it kind of rising. So we need to work toward resolving some of the staffing issues, I think, in the future.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, so thank you everybody who presented. Sorry we don't have enough time to talk about it, but you guys rock, and just like finding Nemo, keep on swimming, because sometimes that's all we can do. But yeah, we there are some departments that are hurting. I think they're all struggling, but there's some that are hurting, and so hopefully we can have that conversation. Maybe some work shed. I know when we went through the budget, we had some work shed conversations, but maybe that needs to be brought up again. But thank you all. That's all I would say.
And again, this is a presentation item only. And so since our staff is here, I'm going to ask that the clerk please read our second 11 o'clock appointment.
This is a presentation on the Tuolumne County Employee Development for the 2019 fourth quarter.
All right, hello again. Eric Earhart, still with County Administrator's Office. As you heard in the last presentation, one of the focus areas was employee development. So this is intended to share just a real high-level overview of some of the training and education our staff has received over the last quarter. I was surprised when I went to prepare for this and pulled up all the documents and saw the agenda item was almost 150 pages with everything that people are doing. So I see there are some people here. So I would invite any attendees who submitted a report to come on up and share some of the training.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'm Scott Van Dyken, your air pollution control specialist with the Air Pollution Control District. I was fortunate enough to attend training for the state prescribed forest fire monitoring program this past November. This meeting was attended by staff from all of the California air districts. The training on the prescribed fire monitoring program focuses on deployment of what we call the EBAM system that monitors air quality. The EBAMs are deployed during prescribed fire burning. This training helps in operating the EBAMs out in the field. It also helps us coordinate with the state on gathering data that would be considered valuable moving forward, as there's an anticipation of increased prescribed burning across the state. I look forward to putting the training to good use out in the field and would like to thank you for the opportunity to share my experience.
And I think we are all glad you got that training.
Good morning, Chairwoman Brennan, members of the board, Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Carrillo. My name is Lonnie Iliescu, and I represent the Department of Social Services. I had attended the implicit bias training hosted at Black Oak Casino. This training discussed the biases that are learned at a young age by people through cartoons and other forms of media, and also the adults that they grow up around. And it's also how these biases are acknowledged and corrected as they get older, that they are not bad people. Excuse me. It is important to understand that biases conditioned into people at an early age need to be recognized by those who assist the public to ensure that they are not allowed to affect the way you treat a person or how you help them. This training was a reminder to always have an open mind and to take the time to reevaluate how I think and what I already know to ensure I do not offend or violate anyone's rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Brennan, members of the board, Ms. Riggs and Ms. Carrillo. My name is Kayla, and I represent the Department of Social Services. I've been with the county for a little over 2 months. I come over from the financial industry, and I feel very passionately about helping members in our community, so I'm very happy to be here, so thank you for having me. In my short time with the county, I've come to know my peers, like Lonnie, who just spoke, is very welcoming and kind. I was able to join her at that conference as well. So Dr. Bryant Marks spoke about our natural bias as humans towards the world around us. We learned how to identify our own bias and how to reduce the ripple effects of those biases. I was very impressed with the training and found it to be valuable for my line of work. We all inherently have subconscious bias that we don't actively think about, and I learned how to recognize mine before they could affect others. The biggest takeaway for me was to remind myself that I have the power to recognize my own bias and that it is up to me to stop those feelings from impacting those who are in need. I have the choice to treat anyone with empathy and compassion, and I can help destigmatize public assistance. So I would recommend that anyone attend this type of training, and I hope to have the chance to continue learning as well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathy Roberson. I'm a public health nurse, and I was able to go to a training for our CalWorks home visiting program evaluation kickoff. Although it was just evaluation training on this program that was actually launched and developed about a year ago in our county, it was still a really good reminder of how valuable home visiting is for our families, the children, the perinatal women. I think that my aha moment was learning how many babies are born in California. 500,000 babies are born in California, and then in a year. And then in Tuolumne County, roughly 450 to 500 babies are born. So if home visitors can offer the supportive coaching, the health assessments, resources, and referrals that are so desperately needed, I think there's a good chance of healthier families, and that perhaps well child visits will increase, as well as well women visits. How will I use this going forward? Just continuing to work with our partners, working with ATCA and CalWorks has been very valuable. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Townsend. I'm a WIC lactation consultant with the Women, Infants, and Children Supplemental Nutrition Program. And WIC offers comprehensive breastfeeding support for many of the moms delivering in our county do qualify for WIC, whether they realize it or not. And we have lactation consultants, breastfeeding peer counselors, breast pumps, breastfeeding aids, and such. And thank you for the support to attend regular conferences to better learn how to support breastfeeding moms. I'll spare some of the details, but one of the aha moments at the fall conference was on probiotics helping with soreness and other wonderful information to help moms hands-on. Thank you.
Hey, on behalf of my wife, all support. Those first 3 months and first year or two of development and breastfeeding she's done tons of research, and yeah, it's a great thing. Thank you.
Good morning again, Andrew Murphy, Assistant Chief County Fire. We were able to send a couple of students to a grant writing class. Over the last just over a year, County Fire has been successful in obtaining just about $800,000 worth of grants, so we're working on increasing that by sending them to this class. And we also were able to send Fire Inspector 2 now, recently promoted, to a plans examiner class on his way to increasing his knowledge and understanding of the job of fire inspector and ultimately senior fire inspector, hopefully someday. Also, I attended the Cal Chiefs Chief Officer Leadership Symposium in November, and it was a good week-long class and talked about things like how the world views fire and rescue, leading new generation firefighters. You could probably take out firefighters in any industry, right? So that's how to work with the younger generation. Standards of cover and assessing your organization, accreditation, labor management relationships, and it was a very good week-long course that was taught by large city fire chiefs and small department chiefs, and it was good. And the cadre or the students were from all around the state as well. And I just want to again thank you for allowing us the opportunity to attend the training, and it's very useful in developing our organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. I know it's not easy sometimes to get up here and share, but that concludes the presentation on the employee development for this quarter. That was presentation only. Any questions?
No questions, just a comment again. When I looked at this item over the weekend, I was incredibly impressed, and it really struck me Again, this is folks that are going above and beyond their normal course of work to get this educational component done. And so please carry back our commitment and making that a priority, and how valued and important I think this board believes that entire effort is. Comment, and then I'll go to public comment.
Yeah, just real quick, for members of the public, our people and our services are our product. That's what we deliver, okay? And this kind of training is our investment in our ability to provide that product. So this is really, really important. I know I speak for the entire board because we had the board retreat and we talked about it. This is a very high priority for this board, is to make our people, give our people the opportunity to be the best that they can be.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Well, I just want to applaud our sheriff's department and our fire department also, because I know they've both allocated resources and undergone training for peer support and suicide prevention, because the suicide rate exceeds the line of death duties for law enforcement and firefighters, and it's become quite an epidemic. And in my conversations with Assistant Chief Murphy and Chief White, and also Under Sheriff Neil Evans, I've been very impressed with all the things they've been willing to do to support their people, and they should talk about that.
All right, seeing no other comments, we will adjourn until recess until 1:30. Nice lunch hour. For those of you that are here for the 1:30 item, I'm going to ask your indulgence. We're going to get through a few items that we were not able to conclude this morning so that staff can get back to their offices. So, Alicia, will you please read item 12?
This is consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance correcting a clerical error in the ordinance number 3370, adding chapter 9.26 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, establishing the county's steps to Success Program, a juvenile treatment program located within the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility as a juvenile camp facility.
Ms. Downey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. On December 17th, 2019, your board adopted Ordinance 3370, which designated 5 beds within the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility as the Steps to Success program. I apologize for having to bring this item back before you due to a clerical error that was recently discovered in the ordinance in Section 1, which incorrectly identified Section 9.26.03 as Section 9.26.02. Again, I apologize, and I am respectfully asking and recommending your board to waive the first reading and set the second reading for February 4th, 2020, to adopt the ordinance correcting clerical errors in Ordinance 3370.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment?
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So I've got a motion from Supervisor Cray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the post-retirement employment of M. Reed Adamson prior to 180 days for his retirement on December 28th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. So today I'm asking that you approve a resolution for post-retirement employment for Reed Adamson, the former Assistant Assessor. Mr. Adamson retired on December 27, 2019 as the Assistant Assessor and held that position for over 5 years and worked in the department for over 25 years. At the beginning of 2019, we knew that Reed was going to be retiring at the end of the year. We discussed the best succession plan and felt that bringing him back as a retired annuitant would be the best path forward. This would allow him to come in on a part-time basis to help guide the new assistant assessor through critical times of the year. The necessary funds have been budgeted for this year, and my recommendation is to approve the resolution appointing Reed Adamson as an extra help retired annuitant to perform these duties as relief assistant assessor for the County of Tuolumne under Government Code Section 21224, effective January 22nd, 2020.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there any public comment?
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I've got a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of adopting a resolution accepting a one-time allocation of funding from the Department of Health Care Services to implement a pilot whole person care program, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $513,936 and increase appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2019-2020 public health budget.
Good morning, Chairwoman Brennan, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Human Services Agency Director. Today, we are excited to present to your board information about a one-time funding opportunity. The Department of Health Care Services has recognized the need for a whole person care approach to address unmet social, behavioral health, and public health needs of low-income, vulnerable members of our community. California has successfully worked with 25 whole person care programs, and due to this success, the 2019-20 governor's budget encouraged additional counties to participate in the whole person care pilot by providing one-time startup funding. With your board's approval, Tuolumne County's portion of the startup funding is approximately $513,000. This funding may be used immediately or incrementally through June 2025. Although most state and federal special grants come with very precise guidelines and very limited funding to administer the program, we are pleased that this funding is less restrictive, allowing counties to use efficient, creative, and collaborative approaches to serve our most vulnerable residents. A small example of the services this funding is able to support is program development, outreach specialists, recuperative care, housing, services, and support. In closing, we respectfully recommend your board adopt the resolution to accept this one-time funding from the Department of Health Care Services to implement a pilot whole person care program. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
So I understand we're going to accept or go out for this money. Is this the time to discuss possibly how those funds will be utilized, or would that be at a future date?
At a future date.
At a future date?
Yes.
Okay, because I have a lot, but I will wait at a future date. Thank you.
Good question. I think others of us had the same question. That was already answered. Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the post-retirement employment of Marina Cassis prior to 180 days from her retirement on September 28th, 2019.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Corey Allen, Department of Social Services. I'm here asking that your board consider signing a resolution allowing the return of retiree Marianne Bassis as an extra help retired annuitant as a social worker 3. She will be filling a very significant unmet need in the Child Welfare Services program. As mentioned earlier, significant turnover and vacancy rates occurring as we speak. My ask is that we recommend approval of resolution appointing Marianne Bassis as a retired annuitant as a social worker 3 under Government Code 21224, and that would be effective February 3rd, 2020.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Campbell, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, item 16.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the administration of the homeless housing assistance and prevention assistance funding, or directing staff to rescind the notice of intent to direct the county HHAP funding to submit an independent HHAP application to the California Housing Coordinating and Finance Council.
Good afternoon. Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Yes, many acronyms in this staff report. I will try to refrain from using those acronyms. Before I get started, I just want your board to know that we do have several members from the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency here and from the Central Sierra Continuum of Care to answer any questions at the end of this brief presentation. So, on July 31, 2019, Governor Newsom signed into law the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. We call that HAP or HHAP. The HHAP program is a block grant designed to provide jurisdictions with one-time grant funds to support regional coordination and expand or develop local capacity to address their immediate homelessness challenges, focused on moving homeless individuals and families into permanent housing and supporting the efforts of those individuals and families to maintain their permanent housing. The staff report goes into great detail on what those specific eligibility activities are to obtain this funding, so I'm not going to go into those 13 or so bullet points. HHAP funding is divided into 3 categories. There's a portion that comes directly to our continuum of care. That is our Central Sierra Continuum of Care. There's a portion that goes directly to large counties, and there's a portion that comes directly to counties. So keep that in mind as we move forward here. The HHAP funding is administered through the California Housing Coordinating and Finance Council. That's HCFC, if I should mispronouncing that again. So that's the acronym for it. The county's portion of the funding, remember it goes to 3 different entities, but our portion of this particular funding source is estimated to be $423,103. So the county's allocation is based on the 2019 point-in-time count. The HCFC acknowledged that there may be jurisdictions that wish to redirect their HHAP funding back to their partnering COC, the Continuum of Care, and requested that any eligible applicants wishing to redirect their program allocations submit an intent to do so by November 1st of 2019. The county submitted an intent to redirect funds to the COC on October 29, 2019, with the stipulation, I want to be clear here, with the stipulation that the submitting a notice of intent to redirect did not obligate the county to redirect our funding until your board took action today. So there are 2 options before your board to consider to administer the county portion of HHAP funding. Number 1, the county can apply independently for the funding, where we have to submit an application by February 15, 2020. Or your board can elect to redirect the funds through the Central Sierra Continuum of Care, where again, the same application deadline is due February 15, 2020. Now, there are options, advantages to both of these options, and I want to go through what those advantages are. So option one, again, this would be the county applying independently. The Board of Supervisors would have the authority over the HAP funding per the county's procurement process. So we would use our own internal RFP process to obtain projects for projects against this funding allocation. The county would retain $29,671 of administration costs and be responsible for submitting the application and budget. We would be responsible for monitoring the program, performing required reporting, overseeing the software database components, data management, and perform all the procurement and competitive bidding processes to disperse the funding. Possibly the new homeless advocate and outreach coordinator position adopted by your board at your last board meeting on January 7 could possibly oversee and manage this grant. So option two, this is where your board may choose to redirect the funding through our Central Sierra Continuum of Care. The Continuum of Care role in the redirection of the funds includes submitting the application and the budget on the county's behalf by February 15, 2020, as well as provide 5 years of grant administration, which includes monitoring of the program, performing all required reporting, overseeing the software database components, data management, the performance of all the procurement and competitive bidding processes for disbursement of funding would occur through the COC. So all of those things I just identified that we would be responsible for if we submit independently, the COC would be responsible for performing those activities on behalf of the county. So the cost to do so would be the $29,671 in administrative support over the 5-year term of this grant opportunity. So the COC has experience in HAP contracts or similar contracts and other homelessness grants. The COC has indicated that they are performing HAP administrative duties on behalf of the other 3 counties in our Central Sierra region, which is Mariposa, Calaveras, and Amador. The funders have encouraged that there is regional coordination of the homeless services in a joint application would demonstrate the coordinated effort. And by doing so would also strengthen the COC's capacity that was identified in a probably number 1 or 2 priority through a strategic planning exercise that the COC went through over the last year or so. So the HAP funding award allocated to Tuolumne County is again $423,103. In total, there is a portion that is coming through the COC that I mentioned, and that portion coming back to Tuolumne County is $248,554 for a total of $671,950. So $671,957 would be coming back to the county for projects and services in Tuolumne County. So it is respectfully recommended that your board approve the administration of the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program by either directing staff to rescind the notice of intent to redirect the county's HAP funding and submit an independent application, or to adopt a resolution redirecting the county's HAP funding to the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. Be happy to answer any questions, and we have staff here to answer as well.
Supervisor Gray.
He had his hand up.
Okay.
I don't want to step on him.
Goodness. How polite we are.
As swiftly as you're moving. I have one question, okay, and then a comment. If we redirect the money, in other words, leave it as status quo, right? What is the guarantee that that money gets spent in Tuolumne County?
100%. It has to be spent in Tuolumne County.
Okay, it does have to be spent, because when I was trying, are you going to speak?
I'm going to say what the grant guidance actually says within the county or within the region of the COC in which you participate. And that's what the actual grant guidance does say. When I called, they did clarify that.
Good afternoon. I'm Denise Cloward, and I am the Housing Director for the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I'm also the lead chairman of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. So as Mr. Boyack was explaining, there are some options here, and we're trying to bring those to you. It is true that it would be back to the region at hand only if the funds were not contractually obligated by the dates mandated in the application. So the county allocation, which is the 423, and the COC allocation, which is the 248, brings you to your 671. And the county allocation has a faster contractual obligation. So the county needs to move a little bit quicker on that to contractually obligate by May 31st of 2021. However, the COC dollars only need to be half contractually obligated by May of 2021. And I think I know that the state did this on purpose, and it's because this is the first time we've seen homeless and housing dollars flow into our region this way. ATCA has been, of course, led the Central Sierra Continuum of Care for over 10 years. As you can imagine, the influx of housing and homeless dollars has been massive. It's coming in from Health and Human Services as well in all 4 counties. But what is to be clear is that all of those different funding sources need to come in through the COC. Because the COC has been tasked since inception with governance and structure, systems, operations, and planning, designing and operating the homeless management information system and the coordinated entry system. And we've also been applying for all of the dollars that continually help the folks in your region.
If your objective was to answer my question, and I'm not trying to be
Sorry,
rude,
I'll just get
you
going.
have not answered my question.
Okay.
At least the way I understand what you said. So there's 423. You have the 260, whatever. Okay, 248,000 in the continuum of care. If we slide this 423,000 over to the continuum of care, are we assured that that money is going to be spent in Tuolumne County? And here's why I ask. Okay, we have a partner county. This money is based, as my understanding, is based on a PIC count. Is that correct?
The county allocation, correct.
Yes, okay. We have a county that didn't even bother to do a PIC count in our continuum of care. I am under the understanding.
2019 was a street and sheltered count, and there was a homeless count here, yes. We have the option as the COC to alternate years between sheltered and unsheltered count. So this year for 2020, we chose a sheltered count. If we do a sheltered and unsheltered every year, there tends to be burnout.
Okay, you keep muddling my very simple question. Okay, we have 423,000 because we did a PIC count. Mm-hmm. There is a partner county in the continuum of care that did not, my understanding is, that did not do a PIC count. Okay, so the fact that we did and they didn't, I don't want this 423,000 being spent in their county. So back to Ms. Riggs' comment. What is the guarantee if we give, I'm not against the COC, but what is the guarantee if we shovel this 423,000 over there that every single penny of that is going to get spent in Tuolumne County?
The way that it's set up and the way it would be set up if you chose to redirect the funding back through the continuum, the county of Tuolumne would have a budget established in that application for the full $671,000.
Okay.
That budget would have the projects that were deemed worthy or selected, not just by the county, but through the continuum and of course, looking at your strategic plan and the priorities of those projects would have to be mandated and put into the homeless management information system to capture all of the clients that we serve. So following the guidelines of what the state needs us to do by regionally collaborating, all of those projects would be only established in Tuolumne County for Tuolumne County homeless or those suffering from homelessness.
Okay. I thought you were going down one path and you ended up on another path. So I still, what you started to say, again, so yes or no?
Yes.
For sure, $423,000, if we reallocate it, that total will be unequivocally spent in Tuolumne County. Yes or no?
Yes, it will be spent in Tuolumne County as long as, per the application, by May 31st of 2021, you have contractually obligated that money to the service providers or the projects that you intend to serve.
But if we send this money over, the responsibility for ranking those projects and doing that paperwork is with the COC. It's not with the county anymore. So what I'm saying is there's an opportunity here for us to lose control of that $423,000. Am I correct?
If you choose to do a county RFP process because you have concerns about those timelines, that would be something that you could do within your county as well. Because currently, the governance structure has no language to have any sort of governance over your county allocation. So if you had those concerns, which honestly, we are very effective. We have rating and ranking tools. We have an RFP process that's
okay. But
ready.
This board doesn't have any seats on the board of directors of the COC.
Correct. Your
Thank
Health
you.
and Human Services Division leads do. That's correct.
Supervisor Gray.
Carl hit on the bulk of my question, but I have a question for CEO Riggs. I apologize for not asking you this before, but we did have a holiday yesterday and hard to sometimes make connections. But I would like to have your opinion on this.
So I think that what I think the biggest issue with us would be, or with your board would be, wanting to control the funding yourself or allowing the COC to control it on our behalf. This is the first time that this amount of funding will be coming directly to the county for homeless activities. So when I say that, I think that you could go either direction, meaning the COC will act on our behalf. You don't have the ability to do the scoring and select the projects. You will have some influence through your Health and Human Services Director and Assistant Director, but it's not the same as if you kept it locally and then your board decides on all of those activities. So that's the difference of how do you want to control the funding. It does require more work on behalf of the staff here, as they've already been doing this funding. They've already started the grant process. Could we do it? Yes, we could. We do grants, tens of millions of grants and dollars in grants every year. But I think what I'm looking to your board for is, do you want to control those funds locally, or do you want to redirect them to the COC to act on your behalf?
Supervisor Campbell.
So you mentioned the shorter timeline for counties to spend the money. What was it, May 2020?
Contractually obligate. Not spend, but contractually obligate, which means
Right.
select their projects and get the money moving.
What was the deadline on that?
May 31st of 2021.
So what happens if it's not contracted by that time? Does it then revert back to the COC?
Correct. They want to keep
So-
it in our region, so it would be reverted back to the continuum of care.
So what would be the downside of the county administering it for that time period? And if we're unable to allocate all of those funds, then have the remainder go to the COC?
I don't believe that the downside is what we're talking about. What the state is looking for is regional collaboration. So everything about the application is very key to show regional collaborative efforts. So what the Central Sierra Continuum of Care has done, besides been in existence for 10 years, is within the last 3 years, we've updated all of the data standards, we've updated all the written standards, the coordinated entry policies, all the things that the state mandates for us to operate projects that are flowing through the 4 counties. So you already have that system of care built. The bottom of the pyramid is very strong. If you build on top of that, you would do yourself a better service because the funding will go directly to the people because we've already done that work.
Well, I'm kind of getting at to the same concern that Supervisors Gray and Rotifer had, that if the county administers this ourselves, we have agency over how those dollars are spent for that time period where it's available to us. And if we're not able to allocate all those funds, it would still end up at the COC anyway for it to be administered through the COC programs. And so what I'm saying is we're not at risk of losing the money if we don't use it in the time period that it's available to counties.
Okay.
And so I don't see the benefit to putting it into the COC now rather than trying to administer it through the county in this time period that we have available to us, and then allowing whatever remains to be administered by the COC. Do you understand?
I do.
What, am I wrong? I mean,
the other 3 counties have chosen to redirect because they understand where we are process-wise and RFP-wise. We have many agencies that work very efficiently, not just with the COC projects, which are 10 projects that are streamlined throughout the 4 counties, but this funding would be contractually obligated by May 31st of 2021.
What's the dollar amount dedicated to the other counties versus Tuolumne County?
Well, the continuum of care was awarded $995,000, and the governance board selected to move that divided by 4. So the 248 is really what every county will get. Tuolumne County's portion in general, total is higher because your county allocation is higher because it was based on the point in time, and Tuolumne County has the most homeless at this time. So Mariposa's is the 248 plus their county allocation, which was very small, about 65,000. Sorry, I have different glasses on here to read. Amador is the 235,179. Calaveras is 204,000, and Mariposa's is 65,000. Yours, however, your county allocation is 423,000 because you have the most in your point in time count. So your county allocation's higher.
That goes.
Hang on. One at a time.
So that's what I'm saying is that we're talking about an entirely different scale of funding for Tuolumne County versus these other counties. If it was, $65,000, you can't really base a program off of that. So it makes sense for it to be administered by the COC. But when we're talking about $423,000, that's at a level where we need to make sure that that's spent locally,
The county allocation has to be spent in Tuolumne County.
Supervisor Kirk, a chance.
Okay, I don't want to
No.
bogart anymore. Thank you.
Okay, I think I heard the answer to your question. Supervisor Kirk.
Okay, what was the date you just brought up?
May
Maybe
31st, 2023.
maybe 23 instead of 21.
For contractually obligated and then spent for 25.
So, and I think you just said that money contractually has to be spent here, otherwise it goes back to you.
Sorry, 2023. Thank you for
So
saying
if we
that.
have until 2023 and this is just me thinking, if they have the experience, if they have the connections, if they have the administration to do it, and it's going to suck up more of our staff time, I completely want the oversight over it. But if we have that much time, maybe it would make sense to have you guys administer it, but then have a few reports publicly to the board on where we are with that process to make sure that we utilize those funds and we still show a coordination with the region so we can still have oversight, but still utilize the region. Because it's with the 2023 date, it sounds like we got time. I think if we put some dates on the calendar to have you report the progress, maybe it'd be a win-win for everybody.
I understand that you're hiring for specific outreach for for homeless outreach, which is encouraging. Each county has chosen to do that. In our continuum, the hiring has been under or within Health and Human Services in the other 3 counties, however, and the connection can be here. Most definitely, it should. Those presentations should continue to come to the board. We have many ways to bring you all of that data, and anyone who's assisted in Tuolumne County currently or in the future with future projects would be entered into that data system. That's part of the mandate from the state.
Supervisor Rotifer, and then I'd like to go to public.
Okay, so a moment ago when I tried to jump, okay, you said something that goes directly to my concern, okay? And that is that the COC board voted to equally distribute their allocation to all 4 counties when clearly Tuolumne County has a much more significant problem by pick count than the other counties do. I have a great deal of concern turning this money over and losing control of it to that body for that reason, and that reason only. They've done in the past. They've done a wonderful job, but that is not right.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to go to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak from the public?
Yeah, my name is Earl Randall. I'm with Give Someone a Chance, and we do the bus service, showers, and drive them from the camp to the buses, wherever the bus is at, and give them clean clothing before they take their showers, and then they take their showers and they have clean clothing. Also, we take them to the hospital if they're sick or otherwise. We do a lot of services. But there's some other places around here that I was going to talk about money, but I'll talk about this house first. These houses you're talking about, are they sheds? Are they one house? Because you're talking 600 and some thousand.
So, just to be clear, there have been no projects submitted for the funding to this date. So until we actually request projects to be submitted, we won't necessarily know what those projects are or what they're for. So your question may be a little premature. So somewhere down the line, when we send out RFPs, if you will, or send out a request for submittal of projects, we will be asking for those types of projects to be submitted for consideration, as long as those projects meet the intent of the funding and the eligibility criteria for the funding.
Well, the funding, that the way you talk, even if we did sheds on the thing there, the way they had on TV, they had a copy of making these houses somewheres around here. It was on TV somewheres, but they looked like sheds to me, and that's what they were. In other words, even with $600 and some $1,000, you can't
Earl,
buy too many.
So as I understand it, your organization would be able to put in possibly an application for a project, and as would others, it is going to be where those funds would really be administered from, whether they would be administered locally from Tuolumne County or administered by the COC. But those projects, I believe, would all be competitive if they met the criteria.
Well, we got some money from down below the Bay Area where I worked at the Teamsters, Local 7. He sent us $1,000. And Joint Council 7, where I worked at, sent us $1,000. Give someone a chance. I appeared here in front of this board, not in front of this board, but I had one of the supervisors, and I asked the people here to help us when we first started this thing. And Hazel Mitchell, give someone a chance that started it and all. We were here, and you people turned us down because you said there is no funding. They must have thought I fell off a banana truck or something, because I used to come here all the time, and you people put out grants like they were going out of style on it there. And I asked them to put in one or so, and they said, well, not at this time, and this and that. And then I hear all these grants today.
So can you share with us do you have a preference if you would like to see this money stay locally, or if you would like it to go and be administered by the continuum of care? Because that's the question that we're trying to get at.
If we wouldn't have to hire somebody, the hiring what gets me here on a thing, because your guys' track record ain't too great.
Okay, thank you.
No, not thank you. In other words, I ain't finished.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you, because we have other people that would like to speak.
Okay,
Earl,
I'll wait.
No, please, Earl, if you have other items that are appropriate to this agenda item, we'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Joseph Bors. I'm the Executive Director of ATCA, Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. So Supervisor Kirk, you said a word that I thought really resonated with me, and that was a win-win. Sorry, that's two words, unless you count the hyphen. Yeah, right. I wanted to share some insight that I think might make this easier to understand. That the way I see a win-win is the COC, the county redirects the money to the COC, and the county defines an RFP process. That way you have complete control of your money. You define who it is you want to receive the awards or rewards for. All we do is administer it. And I'm not going to go back through what Denise has talked about, since we've been administering these kinds of contracts for a decade or more. The concern that I have is just the timing of things right now. Now, Tracy and I have talked. I have no qualms about the capability of members within the county to write the RFP at the state level to win the $438,000 and then administer it. I just think it's a lot of risk to try and do that, to win it by February 15th and then start implementing the many parts of this that the county can read on paper but doesn't understand at the state level, and we're already doing it. So a win-win is let us administer it this time. We've got the RFP nearly written. It'll be in by the 15th. The county defines their RFP process, gets full control of their $438,000, can decide where it goes up until May 2023, assuming it's obligated by then. And then in the meantime, before this next, assuming there will be another allocation to the county, once you define your staff that needs to understand the information systems that need to be reported in, we'll work with you on that. We have, ATCA has an individual who is the HMIS manager. He trains other counties, and he can do that. So that next time an RFP comes out at the state level, you're ready to go. You got your staff, you got your computers, you understand the process, and we're more than happy. We're here to enable the county to be successful. And so I just find it risky to try and go it alone this time.
Thank you.
Can I ask Joe
Yes.
something? Joe, I'm on the ATCA board. You know that. Public may or may not. You know, we work with ATCA all the time. We work with the COC all the time. But we've really got, you're here representing ATCA. You're also part of the COC. I have an input at ATCA. Okay, I don't have an input at the COC. Okay, I'm not really happy that board chose to split that 4 equal ways. I don't think that's the way it should be, and my decision is not going to be based on my unhappiness with that, but my trust that we're going to get out of the process what I think we deserve out of the process is. So again, I'm going to ask, honestly, I don't want to burden our staff any more than we already are, okay? If there's an easy way to do this for our staff, I'm all for it if we're going to get out of it what we need to get out of it. We do have a very significant homelessness issue. We do have programs like the gentleman was talking about that could benefit from these funds. I want to just make me very confident that we're going to get out of this program what we want out of the program, not what the board at COC wants out of the program for our money. I don't care about the other people's money. They should get what they want. I want to know that we're going to get what we want.
Sure. So just to be specific now, we're talking about the county's allocation,
Yes.
Tuolumne County's allocation of the $438,000. What I'm saying is that the only commitment that this board would need to make if you choose to redirect to the COC, but still want full accountability and responsibility for where that money goes, is that you need to define your own RFP process. That's it.
Are we prepared to do that, Ms. CAO?
Well, you would need to do it if you do it alone. If you don't redirect it to the COC, you'd have to do it anyways.
It was a rhetorical question.
Okay.
I'm just.
So, yes, and Joe, you keep saying it's an RFP. It's not a competitive process. It's actually an application that we would submit, just so that our board is aware that it's not, we would put out RFPs later for proposals, but right now we would be applying through their process that they have online, which there's a lot to it. You're right, there's a lot to it. But yes, we've done our own RFPs. We do them every day.
All right. Is there any other public comment? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Joe,
one
more
second,
question
please.
for you. Could you expand, what do you mean define our RFP or our process? I mean, are you saying that a method by which we could ensure that this money is spent in Tuolumne County exclusively would be by defining the RFP process or whatever you call it, to say that these funds, this allocation needs to be spent in Tuolumne County? I mean, how would you do that?
Well,
so you're saying
how would I do it if I were the county?
Yeah.
I don't know what the process is that you guys already have, but it would be something along the lines of issuing a request for proposal to anybody who wants to submit a proposal to spend some of this $438,000. You can define the criteria. Must be in the city of Tuolumne, county of Tuolumne. Must be, to add beds or whatever it is that you want to do, or define the criteria and the scoring for how a decision would be made. That's just off the top of my head.
So, because that kind of gets to the concern that the continuum of care would have essentially no choice but to award the projects that are in Tuolumne County.
That's correct.
Okay.
If the county,
if we define that as one of the terms for the RFP process.
That's correct.
Okay.
And just to clarify what Denise was saying, I heard her, but it may not be really obvious. Our current governance documents don't cover how the COC would make decisions on county-specific dollars. So we would have to write something in there, and I think it's going to be an action of the COC to do it anyways. But when we queried the state, which was the most difficult question to get an answer from last week, on if the county redirects the money to the COC, can the county have their own decision-making process for where that money is distributed? And the answer was that process is defined at the local level, which to us is interpreted as the county, with their money, defines the RFP process, and you're in complete control of the county allocated fund.
So where does the COC board fit in this? Well, I mean, aren't they the ones that have the final decision over what projects get awarded?
So for counties that defer to the COC scoring, ranking, and rating process, which is defined, then the COC has the authority to define where those go. For the COC portion, they're in control of everything. It's the COC portion, right? The $995,000 in this particular grant. Mariposa defers their $65,000 to the COC process. I mean, they could define their own RFP process, but they don't have one. Neither does Calaveras and neither does Amador. This is the first time it's coming up, and it took us until Friday of last week to get an answer from the state on whether or not a county can have their own RFP process. So therefore, you're in complete control of where the money goes, assuming you obligate it by the deadline.
Thanks for the work, by the way, Joe. I know I'm firing at you, but we have been trying to get to the root of some of these questions that I've been asking, and this is the first time we've actually been able to answer them.
And I echo those sentiments, and I want to thank you and your staff for being here to answer these questions, because it is important to Tuolumne County.
Sure, and I fully recognize how I could not give some clear answers last week because I didn't have them from the state yet.
I got it.
So.
Okay. Well, if there's no other public comment, thank you again.
Okay.
I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'm going to move that we do redirect the money to the COC with the stipulation that our staff will do, I'll call it the RFP process, and we will maintain control the way Joe described it over where those funds are going to get spent.
I'll second.
Is there any other board discussion? If not, I'm going to call for the question.
Go for it.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. The motion carries 5-0.
And thanks to the folks that I threw spears at. I wasn't trying to throw spears. I was just trying to get the right answers. Thank you.
And for those that are here from our 1:30 appointment, we just have one additional item that should go very quickly. Will the clerk please read item 17?
This is consideration of approving the sheriff's reorganization to include a new class specification, pay range, and assignment to bargaining unit of the sheriff's communications supervisor.
Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Board. Chairwoman Brennan, I'm Sheriff Pooley. I'm here to talk about a slight reorg in our Sheriff's Office, specifically as it pertains to dispatch and records. With the retirement of Lieutenant Moss, we had the opportunity to look at how we do business, and we think we can do it a little bit more efficiently. We would suggest we eliminate Lieutenant Moss's position, bring in a new classification as dispatch supervisor, and then also add in a clerk. When we look at the dispatch center, it takes a lot of technical skill to know the ins and outs of that system. And the system goes to not only the 911 system, the Everbridge system, OES, and everything that goes along with that. What we're finding with lieutenants is that we have some that leave, go to other agencies. We have, well, it's true. Went to the CAO's office, and then we had Lieutenant Moss, who obviously retired, and then we had Lieutenant Vasquez, who termed out and had to be rotated out. So we're finding that we're not getting the consistency we need to carry that technical expertise on and forward. We're finding it to be a bit of a hindrance where we could be moving forward. We have to stop, retrain. By the time the person gets retrained, we're then having to look for another person again. We want to eliminate that. I want to talk a little bit about the clerk's position. In the last go around with the budgets, we gave up a clerk's position. We're finding that we are suffering because of that, even with us closing an hour early, and we'd like to add that position back in. So my recommendation is that we eliminate Lieutenant Moss's position. We add in a dispatch supervisor position along with a sheriff's clerk 1. I want to make sure I phrase this properly so I don't mess up. We also need to approve a class specification for Sheriff's Communications Supervisor, as it is a new position, to be assigned to the Management Association at a range of 428. Add in the position of Sheriff Clerk and modify the position allocations to reflect these changes. Questions?
Are there any board questions?
I'm sorry, may I? There's a net zero cost to the general fund.
Thank you. That was going to be my question.
I bet it was.
Because that was the one piece I didn't see in here. So thank you for that. Any other questions? Any public comment? Right, I'll bring it back.
Move on the sheriff's recommendation.
And I'll second, and I'll just say, I think it's great. Lots of chiefs, not enough Indians, and it just demonstrates you put more Indians out there to solve the problem and work. So,
thank you.
I second that.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor, Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mo. Do you need any time to set up, or are you? All right. I want to thank the NDRC team for waiting. So at 2:25, will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
It's a presentation and status of the State of California 2016 National Disaster Resiliency Competition projects.
Mo.
Yeah, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. As was just mentioned, here before you today is part of the NDRC core team to give you our kind of quarterly, although this is kind of semi-annual right now, status update on the 3 pillars. And just as a reminder for everyone who's listening, the 3 pillars for the Community and Watershed Resiliency Program consist of the following: Forest and Watershed Health, the Biomass Facility Wood Project Campus, and the Community Resiliency Center. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amanda to start in on the presentation.
Sorry, always new to this. Good afternoon. Amanda Oman with Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm here on behalf of HCD and the partners to do the presentation. As a reminder, Mo already gave a little bit about the pillars. And so I get the privilege of starting off some of the news of that at this time in our biomass utilization facility project, that pillar, we had expected to have the contract executed with our CAC and it is not executed at this time. We had hoped that Elliot would be able to bring our CAC here to the board and talk more about the launch of the program and everything that was going to happen with it. The lawsuit that was brought up a few months ago gave HCD a bit of a hiccup, and so we are negotiating some of the contract terms. We still have an expectation of being able to execute that contract. We don't see any reason why we can't. Again, it is part of ensuring that there is language in there that makes everybody feel comfortable. The Attorney General's office got involved with the lawsuit, and so I think that's where the hiccup is. Meanwhile, with the biomass utilization project, the other action that we are taking at HCD is that we are going to do a substantial amendment to the action plan. What that will do, so that will go, the substantial amendment will occur immediately. We're working on that right now. We had disaster recovery HUD representatives on site with us this week, and we had talked to them about it, because what we want to do is to be able to open up that action plan to ensure that we put enough information and enough projects and a scope of work in that action plan so that we can keep moving on this pillar. Because at the end of the day, our goal is to make sure that the $70 million that was awarded to Tuolumne County gets spent and invested in Tuolumne County. And so even though we may feel like there are some hiccups, we are working towards it and ensuring through that substantial action plan amendment. What it has not done is it hasn't kept Elliot from working on the projects, from making sure that they're ready to go, so that when the contract gets executed and everything falls through, we're ready to go. And that's where that is at this juncture.
So, are there any questions on that? I've got a question, Amanda.
Okay.
So you're using the word hiccup.
I know, and it's more than a hiccup. I recognize that.
When are so? This pillar has morphed somewhat over time,
yes,
because when we had the initial outreach to the community, we talked about this as grants, and there were some fairly were some potential projects that, it was kind of identified as what some of the potential projects could be. Over time, this morphed into this program with RCAC. We all know that the clock is to say it's running out if we don't have these things going is an understatement, and we all can say that we're committed to spending the money, but unfortunately, the very real concerns that we will simply not have the time to do it. So when you say hiccup, can you give me some sense of what the time is when you think that you will have those contracts or that direction in place with RCAC if you're going to do a revolving loan fund, or if you're going to move it into some piece of it back into a grant program, or what is the plan? Because our time is up for
absolutely
being in this phase of the work.
Absolutely. It is up, but we don't give up and walk away from it. So what we are doing is, I'm going to let Elliot speak to more specifically about the grant or loan because I'm not aware of that. What I can say is last week, after we had HUD on staff and being able to work with HCD and agency to let them know of the status of where we are at, we are pushing this week to try to figure out the language for the contract so that we can go back to RCAC and negotiate that contract. Meanwhile, the substantial amendment is going through, as well as any contingency plans. And it may, if it wouldn't be in our best interest or the best, or not the best interest, it would be very challenging, but if it had to, HCD could do the program, but we don't want to. It's very important to make sure that we try to keep all the work within the county and with the partners who have already been working on it, and that's where we're at. So if it helps, I am happy to submit information through Mo to let her know either every couple days who we've talked to, how that's going, and where it's at. But otherwise, I'm sorry, I cannot give you a deadline. I cannot say that a contract's going to be executed by Friday. I do not have a date for you today.
Okay, then I guess I'm going to ask
But,
for
yeah,
trigger
and
points,
then-
but Elliot, go ahead.
Elliot can help talk about the projects.
Good afternoon, Elliot Vanderkolk, Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So just to your, I got one right here. Just to your point about grants versus loans, even from the beginning, our agreement that we've been negotiating with RCAC has allowed both options. It depends on how HUD prohibits us from unduly enriching private enterprises. So we want to make, that's basically saying if we can't give money to private enterprises as a grant, if it overly enriches them, which is a bit of a squishy term, but it'll basically is we're going to have to look at their cash flows to see what that business needs to succeed. So if it looks like that business can't support debt, then we could make a grant or we can subsidize the loan. So we have flexibility in the financial terms that we use, and that is already embedded within the agreement that we're working on. So just to clarify that, those projects are all eligible. The financial mechanism is not and will be determined on a case-by-case basis. Is that helpful?
It's not entirely, because we know that biomass operations are typically not, they don't have a profit margin that sustains. We've talked about this, a for-profit endeavor. And so we've looked at other alternatives that are centered around some government centers or some other potential projects. And so again, because this has been a difficult pillar from day one, because we know that that the traditional economic models that people look for in businesses typically don't fit within the biomass realm.
Agreed, and that's why I think this opportunity is so important. I will mention, we don't have all the specifics on the substantial amendment, but I'm hopeful that that will give us more flexibility in the types of grants and things that we can fund. Right now, we kind of have our hands tied to economic development program, so that has to show job creation for low and moderate income individuals. So we have to, that's what HUD is looking at us for. There's other options we can pursue through an amendment that may allow us a little more flexibility in the objectives that HUD, sort of those criteria. So I'm moving ahead with meetings with potential projects concurrently. Those are still happening, but at the same time, this gives us a little more options to move forward.
Can I just ask a quick question? You say it's about job creation and whatnot, but yet a lot of the applicants are being screened out because it might be too cushy as far as funding, or they may have, their cash flow may be too much. Is that kind of where part of the problem is?
So no one's being opted out at any point right now.
Okay.
We do have to look at the financials of each business to see what level of subsidy is necessary to make that business successful, if that makes sense.
And so if they're already successful, they're going to be screened out.
Right.
Even though there's a clear understanding, it's almost impossible to get into this industry because of the, like Brennan just explained.
It depends, yeah, but there's different levels of subsidy that we can offer and could be offered to private enterprise, right? So it could be loans, could be grants, it could be loans at different terms. Is that helpful?
What happens when government gets into private business?
Well, I think we all recognize that this is a problem that private business hasn't been able to deal with,
right,
to the degree that we'd like them to. So we want to figure out the right push and pull of how we can support them.
And it sounds like there's no solution for that. Okay. Has McClintock's office been contacted about this before? I mean, are they aware at that level the undoing of this?
They have been following some of the conversations. I do not think they are aware necessarily of this latest piece that I think has evolved just in the last couple of weeks, but just recently. So I think that's something for our board to discuss. Supervisor. All right.
Good afternoon. Maria Bennett, Rimfire Restoration Coordinator for the Stanislaus National Forest. I'm very excited to be here this afternoon to let you know that we are spending a bunch of money. So the Forest Service did award about $9.5 million in contracts last year, including over $3 million contract for biomass removal as well as piling of wood that we couldn't remove from the woods. So that's really exciting stuff that we're doing out there. We've spent almost $6.6 million just in 2019. So that's we're excited to be moving along, so that's good news for us. Also in 2020, we're also anticipating to spend about another $10 million. So about the same this year as we did last year. So really moving forward as quickly as we can. As you all know, everything needs to be wrapped up by September of 22. So we are looking at being done by the end of May at the latest of 2022. So that's our goal. And like I say, we're moving forward as quickly as we can and are excited to be doing it. So it's nice to see work done in the woods. And if you all would like to do a tour sometime, let me know, because I think you'd be pretty impressed with the work that's been done out there. So next slide, yep. So this is just breakdown of the money that we have spent by different categories. So fuels reduction, biomass, that's certainly the largest area that we've worked on first, because for us it's also site prep. We've said all along, fuels reduction, #1 priority before we do reforestation work, so that's what we're doing first. And so, again, almost $8.5 million obligated for that, and we're going to look at doing an additional 1,400 acres of treatment, a little over 1,400 acres of treatment in 2020. So our total target out there will be almost 5,800 acres by the time we're done, which well exceeds the target that we were given for the grant, so we're excited to say that, and very confident that that work will finish up at the end of this season is what we're looking for. So that's moving forward. Noxious weed abatement is another part of the pillar that we worked on. We did large acreages last year. Actually, we started that one in October of 2018. We did a burn for noxious weed reduction, so we could come back in and do some herbicide application, which we did last year. We're doing a follow-up application this year after surveying and looking at the results from our initial application. So that went from 1,000 acres or 1,100 acres of burning, 1,800 acres of herbicides last year to about 500 acres of herbicides this year, really narrowing that down, but hitting these weeds to make sure that we can basically eradicate them, not just knock them back a little bit. We also, for rangeland infrastructure, we did several projects last year. We did some range fence that was built out there, and then we also did 3 cattle guards that we installed, so we have 1 more to do this year. We are going to do a corral this year also, and 1 guzzler. We'll do another 9.5 miles of fence this year contractually, and we're also working with the CCC. We're really excited to have a new partner coming on board with the project this year, and we'll be working with them starting in the spring. They're going to do about 2.9 miles of fence construction for us in 4 different locations around Groveland. So it's kind of a cool, another partnership that we've brought in with this group. So excited to do that with our friends at CCC. And then for reforestation, this year we are planting about a little over 1,600 acres, 1,680. We site prepped about 1,200 acres, 1,250 last year. We had additional units where we went out and looked after we're just doing the fuels reduction. We said, you know what, we can plant these things, let's do it. So really trying to bump up those acres for reforestation as quickly as we can. So there'll be 1,680 acres of planting done this spring, follow-up release in the areas that need it. So again, moving forward, and then we're site prep spraying the acres that we treated for mechanical treatment and fuels reduction last year. This spring, we'll plant those next year, as well as the other 1,450 acres that we're looking at mechanically treating this year. So again, really moving forward. It's going to be a busy spring for us. Lots of stuff going on in April and May for that stuff. As far as the fuel break expansion, Helix, our contractor, is finishing up the NEPA. They're doing NEPA, CEQA. So they're finishing up the Forest Service and NEPA. Got a draft in December, and we are planning on signing next month this category exclusion that we're doing for the U.S. Forest Service land. And then, I don't know if you're aware, I think you have been told, but we're going to do 1 contract that's going to go across U.S. Forest Service lands, BLM lands, and private lands. CAL FIRE's done an extraordinary job getting private landowners on board, explaining them what the project is, and getting approvals for that. So we're looking at about an 1,800-acre fuel break contract that'll go out hopefully late this spring, and hopefully begin implementation on that in July of this year. So a lot of activities going on this year. Any questions?
Just a comment. I had an opportunity yesterday. I was up in the Evergreen Salmo Mountain area. I like to go up and look at the big bucks this time of year, and also a couple weeks ago over in the Cherry Lake area. Tremendously good work. It really looks nice where you guys been. So thanks.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Maria, I don't know if there's an opportunity, or maybe you've already done this. I was out in the area that the Sierra Nevada Conservancy toured on which it really hit on some of the key points on, the concerns of the litigants, and had a chance to be out there this fall with some folks. And very good job. I was incredibly impressed with the Forest Service that said they could do, achieve certain goals with regards to seedlings and a light touch. And I just hope that you have an opportunity to capture that with some drone footage or, again, I think a tremendous example of success with really following through on what you committed to on that tour.
Yeah, we're really excited about several of those units, especially up the Sawmill Mountain area, that we don't really feel we need to do reforestation with the natural regeneration, the light touch that our contractor did for the piling and biomass removal. It's pretty impressive. And so, if anything, we're going to come in and interplant some species that aren't naturally regenerating, some sugar pines, rust-resistant sugar pine, Douglas fir, and some of those. But we're really just very happy with the operations that have happened out there. And those units are what we consider pretty much reforested. So
Lots of little trees out there.
Lots of little trees
Amazing.
and lots of some decent-sized trees, too. And so we have taken a tremendous amount of pictures to share with others so that they can see the end product that we have out there.
Good.
Mother Nature's an amazing thing.
If you have a green seed source, that's what it shows. And it's exactly what we said in our EIS, and that's exactly what happened. There's some
And-
residual green.
Right. And diminishing the competition so that it had an opportunity.
Exactly, reducing the fuels.
Any other comments from Maria? Okay.
Great. So in regards to the CRC pillar, it's an exciting, I think, for the community of Tuolumne and for us as staff working on it to be able to proceed to phase 2. We gratefully and very much appreciate all the efforts that HCD did to assist us in finding the additional funds to close the gap in our projected budget that we had for the preliminary design of both the centers. And so what that means with the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, NSP, funds is the county will be able to proceed and is working on the creation of a community resiliency center both in Groveland and in the community of Tuolumne. One thing that has happened, though, is with the NSP money, with some of the requirements and some of the things that has to be done procedurally, it has slowed down or we've had to delay some of the activities until we get final approval from HUD. And I believe that's anticipated sometime in February, with then the state needs to come back before your board with a contract for phase 2 work. So that won't be done until February. And again, it'll go to, as you hear, as I try to explain activities that I've done recently, what you'll see in the next 2 months, and then looking at some of my concerns going forward. So recently, I'm not letting that stop me. I am going full blast. As you know, your board just approved the phase 2 contract with Cox Consulting this morning. On February 4th, your board will be considering a contract with Lionakis Architects for their phase 2 work. An RFP for NSP consulting services has been done by your staff. It's been sent in to HCD a while ago, and I'm waiting for their final review and approval of that, and then that will be going out within award, hopefully by March. Terry Cox and I are working on the acquisition and relocation policies and procedures, and we've been meeting with HCD staff and GCR. Now, GCR is the state's contractor that is assisting them on all things NDRC. So on top of that, Terry and I also attended training last week on eCivis, which is a software system that we'll be needing to use to submit any claims going forward with this project. So those are the things we've done just recently. In the future, so in the next 2 months, again, as I mentioned, the NSP consulting RFP will be released. We will then start talking probably in March, hopefully, with the purchase/donation of property of the CRCs, and working with Lionakis and their consultants on the design development portion or phase of this project. The big milestones that we have for this phase 2 as we go forward is design development. We anticipate completing that April of 2020. We will then move into construction plans, and that'll be completed by September of 2020. We'll be out to bid, and we will award the bid March 2021, with construction starting in April of 2021. We have a 14-month construction window. I do not fully anticipate it should take, these are 8,875 square foot buildings. They should not take 14 months to do, but that's just my cushion because we will need to be done and occupying the building by the end of June 2022. My concern is the timelines. They are continuing to fall. I am pushing as fast as I can. HCD is trying. There is a 10-day turnaround time that that they have given me. They're trying their very best, but they're slipping. And the amount of rework is sometimes very hard and frustrating. We have set up weekly calls, so Terry Cox and I are on weekly calls with HCD staff and GCR staff, and hopefully that will move things along. In our last call with them, Terry and I asked them to please look at any ways in which those 10 days can be reduced, because I will not make it. I mean, I will do my ever-loving best, but it's getting more and more challenging as far as some of these items and some of these requirements and some of the rework that I'm having to do. Again, I appreciate everything that HCD is doing and going out of their way. It's just tough. There are a lot of policies, there's a lot of procedures, and there's a lot of forms. So it's just difficult. So that's where you stand with your CRC project. Do you have any questions?
So we're not going to give up, right? We're just
Oh, no.
keep hammering forward.
Have you met me? No, I don't give up. I am over the Christmas break, I think I inundated HC staff with at least 10 documents for them to review and look at. And I'm continuing between Terry and I, we're just going to continue to push, and work with them and try to get the needed documentation and the policies and procedures that they want in place, follow them to best our ability, and ask them for any time there's some discretion. So one of the things Terry and I talk about is turning in or submitting documents that are best practices versus what's really needed, and make sure we hit that what's really needed, because we want to do that. We want to make this a shining example, but we don't have the time to go over and above that what's really needed for this as far as some of the requirements. So that's just some of our concerns.
Supervisor Rutherford.
How's our jail doing? I know that's off agenda. That wasn't really a question, but that's our latest construction experience, okay? Right. And I have to say, as unhappy as I am with that, well, as unhappy as I am with the magnitude of it, I think that's way out of scale. But right. When was the last time you oversaw a construction project that came in on time?
The Hope House, Stryker Court, and the ambulance station in Groveland. All three of those came in on time. And I don't know, Supervisor Rutherford, if it's the nature of the beast right now and what's going on in the construction world, but, you know, I got to tell you, detention facilities are a whole other beast out there as far as building things.
I get it, but again, here's what I'm hearing from the construction industry, is that in the downturn, a lot of people left because they couldn't find jobs here, so they went where the jobs were. They haven't come back. I think it's a systemic problem in our industry in this county, probably across the region. I don't know, but it's a challenge, and I just lay that on the table. I don't expect an answer from you.
Not a problem. And I guess, you know, I appreciate those comments, and I am living the dream right now, and that's why I think I put in 14 months. actually these buildings should really be done in 10 months, but 14 months just in case. And we're hitting the windows, so it's very important for me. So we're going out to bid. We're awarding in March. That gives them, 2 weeks to stage, and you're starting it at April. Perfect time to get up and out of the ground and have a good start on that building before that winter hits.
And that was part of the problem with the jails. We didn't get going at the right time of year. So I get it,
Yeah.
but
I hear you.
I can't help myself.
Just one more question. How much interest is there in the biomass portion of it?
I'm in regular talk with a handful, 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
And
Those have been the consistent 4 or 5 from the beginning?
Yes.
And from your experience, do you feel like those people might be screened out along the process based on what you're hearing from?
I think 1 or 2 of them have some challenges as our program is written currently, given our economic development requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So they may not deliver very highly on number of jobs created. So
Gotcha.
that could be a challenge for some of them.
So maybe 2, 3.
Well, again, if we do our substantial action plan amendment, it could potentially provide more flexibility to fund those projects.
Okay. So there's potential hope that if there was some change, it would open up the door. And that's what we're hoping for. And about what's that timeline? Do you have an idea?
Sorry, I will need Patrick to help me with the substantial amendment timeline, because I think there's a 30-day public period, so, and is it 90 days? Okay, 90 days from the time it is approved and executed. I'm sorry, approved and executed? Yes.
And when would it be approved and executed? Maybe.
So we just spoke with HUD last week about, so it was a conversation of what we wanted to do with the substantial amendment. I would give us at least 2 weeks to write the documentation that goes into it, because once it goes into the action plan, which is just it goes into the federal system, and then you work with them, and then they have, I believe, well, once we do that, we still have to do the 30-day comment period. I'm still learning the process of how that goes. So if this is January 21st, March, April, May, am I safe to say the end of May? Okay, so I'm safe to say the end of May at the latest, because we have to move fast. That's why when they were on site, we started the conversation with them.
Okay.
So, but unfortunately, we still are bound by a 30-day comment period and some other things.
Okay.
So both of these pillars get at my concern, and it really is timing. And I truly do believe everyone is attempting to make this work. But with both of these, we don't have the luxury of time. And I am wondering for this board, what point, when we're looking at a calendar, if we have fallen off of this schedule, because you're talking about the end of May, because if we have to look at some other remedy to get a time extension, and quite frankly, I know that HUD will say we can't get those. Again, I don't think this board is going to be satisfied with that blanket response. We would be reaching out to our federal legislators to look for some action, and I'm told that possibly some of the other grants that were awarded in this cycle could be having some issues with time also. And so I guess I am really looking for a trigger point, and because I am just increasingly concerned, Mo, when you talk about, a 10-day delay, a couple of times we've lost another month. And again, this is not a reflection of everyone's effort to try and make this happen. It's a reflection of reality, and when do we start looking at trying to use some of the influence that we have with our legislators in D.C.?
So I'll clarify a couple things. The action plan amendment does open some doors up for projects, but it's not necessarily related to the RCAC contract. So it's not that the RCAC contract, we have to wait till the end of May to to execute that. So that's the first thing. The second thing, the deadline for NDRC is written in the law, so it does take Congress to do that. So yes, if
Correct.
you can get Congress to extend that, by all means, we're okay.
Well,
Because that's
I'm not
that's,
saying that we have a magic wand. but
and
I'm
I know
saying
we don't either, and that's the unfortunate,
that
because you are
this board
you are
does
correct
have
in that
advocacy.
sometimes that, and so sometimes the conversation is with HUD. HUD is aware, but HUD doesn't have that within their scope of authority, where it's in sometimes they do on their traditional CDBG, home, ESG grants that are the legacy grants. They sometimes have a bit of space to work with us. This one HUD does not, and that's the challenge, is that they understand if you go across the country, NDR is one that is a challenge for a lot of grantees. So that's where, that's why they're doing everything they can, which is why they gave us the NSP money, because they want to see the money spent as well. HUD does not want to take it back. Because there were some comments that some people felt that maybe the NSP, we sort of hijacked it out of here just for Tuolumne County, not maybe for its intent, but we were able to document that it was just fine, and we did it well, and we did it with their approval. And that's why the conversation of the substantial amendment. How can we open this up because of the biomass and some of these other things that are happening? We want to be able to meet a national objective and keep the money in. So I apologize. I don't know how to, I don't have any excuses, just some reasons that
No,
these
and
are
I'm not-
hiccups that we're trying to get.
Again, I hope I'm being very clear that I think that the team is really committed to spending these funds. I don't doubt that. And so I'm going to ask for some public comment unless there's any other board questions. And then we'll bring it back to the board for a conversation.
Hi, thank you. I'm Ronnie Borrego, resident of Groveland, and I appreciate Ms. Brennan's comments that what's the trigger point, and I don't feel that question was answered. If there's anything that we can do to get Congress involved at the point now where it's not too little too late, what are we going to do? What is the trigger point? When is it happening? Can we do anything right now? Because
And that will probably be a decision for this board.
Okay.
And so, but I really do appreciate the comment, and
great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, I think I've been listening to this from the beginning, and it has been a very long process, and I've heard a lot of dismay over Pillar 3, and you're Pillar 2? Yeah, 2. You're the only one that's working well. So to me, there was a lot of hoops you had to jump through, and then it was this, and then it was that, and all this gobbledygook, and I kind of feel like I've jumped down the rabbit hole this afternoon. But to me, this project has not been worth it for all the time and energy and all this angst. So I don't know what you do to call it a day.
Thank you, Carol. Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring this back to the board. And
So,
Supervisor?
yeah, we really have, thank you for the presentation. Okay, I am concerned about the trigger point discussion. So there's really two avenues I think that we need to energize at some point, and I don't know if now's the right moment or not, and we can decide that as a group. But one obviously is our legislators. We've talked about that. But also with this current administration, they have a network. I'm part of that network on behalf of this county. It's the Intergovernmental Affairs Office that they set up. For those people that don't know, the administration has over the course of the last almost 4 years, invited local elected officials back. We met with cabinet secretaries, and in one case an undersecretary, because the cabinet secretary was on a business trip, and all the usual suspects in the administration, Kellyanne Conway and whatever. That is a very active network, and I think we can plug in at the highest levels in HUD, okay, if we need to. We have to obviously be respectful how we do that. The other one, obviously, is our legislators. We've talked about that, and I think it's worth trying to establish some dialogue on both those channels, both the executive branch and the legislative branch. Whether or not the trigger point's been reached or not, at least open up the dialogue and express what the difficulties that we're having are. The nice thing about the executive branch is it's basically got a chain of command, and once somebody says go, it goes. The tough part about the legislature is you got either one of 535 or you got two of 50. So, I'm sorry, two of 100. So I think both avenues would be worth pursuing, and I would be willing to volunteer to work with the executive branch to the extent that we can establish a relationship there.
Okay. So, Supervisor Gray?
I think that's a good approach, but I really want to make it clear that we're not complaining about all the work that has been done. I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of work done, and we want to make sure that we highlight that part of it. The ideal thing would be is if they could just do a blanket 1-year extension on this stuff, and then we would we could make it for sure. I think we're going to do it on the community centers and the Forest Service. The biomass is tied up. There's a lot of reasons you guys aren't going faster. I totally understand that. So I like the approach. I like the soft approach because I don't want to see this money go away for any reason. I want to see all the work, all that $70 million spent here, just like everybody sitting at that table wants to see it spent here. So.
Okay, so if there isn't any further conversation, this is an information item, and I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and say that I'm going to work with staff and come back with something in 2 weeks that's going to identify how this will proceed. And additionally, I think we need to look at those other states that could be having the same time problems. And in that 2 weeks, we will follow closely. Elliot, you can give us an update on where that's at and how it's progressing. And I know, Mo, you're talking quite often to Tracy and Eric and myself. So I thank everyone for being here. And I really do hope that you are going away with the message that Supervisor Gray articulated. We all want to be a partner in this success, and we certainly do understand that you all have been working very hard. So with that, thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break? You guys need? Right, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. All right, I'm going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. And will the clerk please read item 18?
So this is consideration of approving the selection of the Groveland Community Services District Water Improvement Project for the Tuolumne County 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant application.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. So this is the last step in the selection of your projects for the 2019/20 Community Development Block Grant Program. So you did hold a public hearing back in November to initiate the process of setting priorities. Since then, we have issued a call for projects to county citizens and agencies to submit projects. This was posted on the website, published in the Union Democrat, and we did hold a public meeting on the 2nd of December to answer questions. We received 2 proposals. One was from Groveland Community Services District. The other was from Jamestown Sanitary District. Groveland proposed water improvements for the older portion of Groveland and Big Oak Flat in the amount of $3.2 million. Jamestown proposed to replace their wastewater force main down by their existing plant, which is next to Woods Creek. They are mandated by the state to replace this as part of their overall upgrade. That project was about $2 million. So the criteria, as we understand it, for the upcoming cycle is that for public works projects, they can be up to $3.5 million, but what they want is shovel-ready projects. So to them, that means that the environmental review is completed, the plans and specs are completed, the permits are completed, and that project is ready to go out to bid. So there are pieces on both projects that were not quite ready. We expect them to be ready over the next month and a half or so. The notice of funding availability, the NOFA, hasn't been released yet. So we are expecting the due date to be around the end of March. We will have a public hearing before your board about the finished application before it's submitted. So the recommendation from staff was to pick the Groveland project. Both projects are needed projects. They serve the targeted income group, and both agencies are capable of doing those sorts of projects. The big difference was that Jamestown has had, I think, 3 projects in the past, and Groveland hasn't had any. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any board questions?
No question, just comment. I think what the last part of your statement was that the other utility districts have really experienced the benefit of these grants in the past, and I think it's good that we look at a project there in the South County, so thank you.
All right, is there any public comment?
Yeah, I'd like to make just a few comments. Kathleen Half, candidate for District 4 supervisor position, which Groveland is a part of District 4. And I am definitely in favor of this project. It's in a high fire hazard zone. It's part of a disadvantaged community. They're going from 4-inch pipes that are falling apart to 8-inch pipes that are PVC and will last, that will provide water flow and pressure, especially when there's forest fires or something of that magnitude. They'll be able to fight them, and of course there'll be water to be provided for people's ability to have water in their homes and that kind of thing, flow for drinking. So, of course, I want to support this and do whatever I can to help this move along if there should come a time for me to do so. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gray.
Madam Chair, I move that we select Groveland Community Service District Water Improvement Project for the county's 2019-20 CDBG grant application.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
5-0. Will the clerk please read? And thank you for waiting. Will the clerk please read item 19?
Consideration of approving a contract with Garland DBS Inc. for the replacement of the Sonora Youth Center restroom roof, the Sonora Hospital long-term care roof restoration, Condor building roof replacement, and Long Barn Old Schoolhouse roof replacement.
All right, good afternoon. Eric Howard, County Administrator's Office. Included in this year's capital budget were funds for multiple roofing projects throughout county-owned buildings. While there are several buildings that require some roof replacement, before you use a contract with the four priorities of those roofs that need to be replaced. Those include the restrooms at the Sonora Youth Center, restoration of the roof at the Long-Term Care Center, and the Condor building. Those three roofs, the funds are currently in the budget to replace those roofs. However, also included in this is the agreement is the replacement of the roof at the Long Barn Schoolhouse. The cost for this roof is an additional $155,000, which is not currently in the budget. We're not asking for any budget action today on that. But if the funds are identified later in the fiscal year, this agreement would allow staff to issue a notice to proceed to the contractor to replace that roof also. Staff would come back to your board if any changes were required in appropriations in the county capital budget to complete this project. The contract is with Garland DBS, which is a pre-approved vendor under the U.S. Communities Cooperative Purchasing Program, and we have used them in the past with success. And I have Ed Hogue here with our facilities to answer any questions on the actual roofs if you have any.
Are there any questions?
They leaking?
Yes.
Is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of approving the change order number 7 for the construction extension for the Sheriff J.H. Danbacker Detention Center project.
Ms. Frank.
Good afternoon, Board. As was just read today before you for your consideration is change order number 7 regarding our jail project. As you know, we were awarded SB 1022 and AB 900 funding for the construction of this facility. In January 23rd, 2018, we awarded a contract to Harris Construction for the construction of this facility. To date, we have used up the owner's allowance, and we have utilized 21 weather and used up all but 21 weather dates. To date, we've also had 6 change orders. So before you today, for your consideration, are 17 items included in change order number 17. The 2 biggest items in change order number 17 are additional electrical modifications at $40,000. This was added at the sheriff's request in light of what we've been experiencing with PG&E. They requested more of the facility to put on emergency generation power, and so we allowed them to put on as much as we could with the capacity of the generator we have. It doesn't mean that the whole facility is going to be on generation power, but a majority of it will be, so they can continue operation as we go through these outages in the future. The other item has to do with the cell doors for the facility. As it was designed, the cuff ports that are currently in the door were too low for the sheriff's office operations. And so we had to reconfigure the doors. So the windows and the cuff port were both moved up on the door so they can use them operationally. The other items included in change order number 7 are miscellaneous items that have come about for a variety of reasons. The total of change order number 7 is $223,736. With that, if you approve that, 78% of your contingencies for this project will have been spent. One of the things or items that is not included in this change order is agreed upon completion date. County staff, I should say the whole county team, which is county staff, Moss and Lionakis, are working with Harris in regards to what that date will be. They've given us some estimates in which we have pushed back and said, no, it's not acceptable to us. What we have done since this time, because it is a concern for all of us, has been expressed earlier today, things that we have put into place to try to combat that and trying to get at a earlier completion date than what has been proposed from Harris. So with that, besides our weekly construction meetings, we are now meeting as a county team. So that's Moss Construction Management, Lionakis as our architects, and county staff on a biweekly basis to talk about what hurdles or what things are outstanding and what kind of solutions can we bring to the table to assist and help Harris. Then every 2 to 3 weeks, or as issues arise, that executive team is meeting with Harris. Even though they're not our issues, they need to figure out how to, Harris needs to figure out how to work themselves out of a problem. It seems like they're not able to. So we're stepping in and trying to work with them. So for example, they have a huge issue with the state fire marshal's office. So the alarm system and all the fire detectors for the facility is a delayed submittal. And when it came back, there was an exorbitant amount of detection devices that needed to be added to the facility. We have asked them, and so all they did was say, okay, county, here you go. Here's the bill for that. We said, no. It's a deferral submittal. They're on you. But here you go. We will work with you. We will have a meeting with State Fire Marshal's office and work with you to work through this issue to get those devices down. So those are some of the things that we're doing as county staff to get this done. If your board has any other suggestions for staff, I gladly take it. Please know that the Sheriff's Office, the County Administrator's Office are all working diligently to try to wrap this up.
Supervisor Rutherford.
This is my day to be a little bit firm, I guess is the right word. We have a contract with a company to manage this project. We have a contract with a company to build a jail. Mm-hmm. Okay, my basic question is, whatever happened to the very apparently arcane concept of meeting contractual obligations? And I'm not saying that anybody's at fault here. Mm-hmm. But we enter into a contract. I will tell you that if I contracted to have my house built, I would be able to hold that construction guy to those contracts.
Right.
Okay? Unless he could prove that I was the cause of delays or whatever. So, we're not talking, we talked earlier about the fact that we started at the wrong time of the year. Mm-hmm. Okay, but if we had started at the right time of the year, if we had just delayed for 6 months and started then, we would still not have the jail. It's not just weather. There's other factors. And what, I guess my basic question is, what tools are available, legal tools are available to us to hold the contractor's feet to the fire? You're standing there talking about, well, we're trying to come to agreement with these guys. Mm-hmm. Why can't we just pull out the contract?
We can, and that's something that staff is pretty much at that point of asking for a meeting with county council. As we look at the contractual recommendations, it's not that simple. We are not clean in regards to this project. In regards to, we have asked for some changes that are very significant in nature, but we're beyond that point of there's more on the Harris side than there is on our side in regards to requests for changes or things that have caused delays in this project.
Okay, I think at some point I would like to see, and I don't know if my fellow board members are as concerned as I am, but I would like to see not a detailed one, but a high-level accounting of what changed from when we started, when did that change occur, and what is the delay that change caused into the system. And because, right, I agree wholeheartedly. I would be shocked to the point of falling on the floor if the county didn't bear some responsibility, okay? I would be shocked if Lionakis doesn't bear some responsibility. I mean, that's just the nature of these kinds of projects, okay? But I would have a cardiac arrest if Harris didn't bear some responsibility in there too.
I would say the lion's share.
Okay. We need to develop that storyboard, and I would like to see that storyboard. Now, whether that's you and me or whatever, but I'm pretty disappointed. Okay, and I don't think it's anywhere near all on our staff, and I don't think it's anywhere near all on Lionakis either.
All right, Supervisor Campbell. Just a second, Supervisor.
Yeah, my comments are kind of along the same lines. The overarching problem that I have is that this doesn't really add up for me. If you account for the change orders and the weather events, I don't see where we get 7-month delay from out of that. And then the other concern that I have is with the rate at which we are using the contingencies. Because if you look, we were at something like 15% in May, and then now we're at 74% just in, a 6 or 7 month time frame. A lot of the contingency typically I've never built a jail before, so I don't know, but I've been involved with other projects, and a lot of your contingencies get used up in the finishing portion of the development. And so I'm just kind of worried that we're going to be going into that phase as we approach this new deadline, or this April deadline. What's left over for problems that we don't already know about.
Right. So in detention facilities, it's quite opposite, where the finishing touches, the paints, the things, that everything is so dictated with the rules and regulations from BSCC. There's not a lot you can change in regards to finished touches and things like that. So in regards to those items, the finished touches I'm not as worried about. This is the bulk, as they're getting into that final big push of the big items. The cells, the mesh, the security doors. Those are the things that are heavy ticket items in a facility like this one.
I guess what I'd really like to see is a clear explanation from the contractors involved, what if they could point to exactly what is causing the delays to add up to this period that we've seen.
Okay.
Because I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see where you get 7 months from what we've been talking about.
Instead of it coming from the contractor, because I think he's going to have a different point of view, I think, as Supervisor Rutherford suggested, I think Lionakis and Moss and the county need to go through and every change that was made and tag in as far as what was the change, what kind of delay it and what kind of delay did it cause? And that forensic can be done fairly easily.
I agree.
Sherry, we have, that was getting to, we have the basis of the storyboard already in the change orders.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
pretty easy to put time to it. I don't think that's a complicated, it's not going to change much, still going to get a jail, still going to take us longer, but we'll have a clearer understanding of the whys. But
Well, and the reason I brought it up was kind of more so that we see what portion of the problem is the county's creation, and then what portion is the
I totally understand.
So-
Yeah,
It's just not going to change
Right.
the end product.
Right.
exactly.
Gentlemen, but I think Supervisor Gray hit on it, that we actually have that information is readily available to us, and so I think we can come up with it, and that will satisfy, I think, across the dais, we're looking for some of those answers. Did you have anything else, John? Supervisor Kirk?
I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's only 90,000 or somewhere in there, but didn't we already talk about cell doors a couple months ago, change order?
So the change order that you, I can't remember, I believe it was in number 6 or 5.
Was
I can't remember. Was the making sure that instead of manually opening and closing, they can be electrified. And that was in the
And now
intake
the
area.
ports are too
That
low.
that was in the intake area. Now the cell doors throughout the facility, the sheriff, they do not work operationally for the sheriff at this point in time as they're designed.
Okay. Isn't there some sort of standard for doors? Isn't there a?
There are some standards, but it's a matter of operational preferences. You can go
There's a
into
preference
any.
versus.
You can go into any facility and the sheriff and the staff dictate how they want to procedurally operate in that facility and what works for them. In this case, the cuff doors, door ports were too low.
Okay. And then we have, just so I'm correct, we have 417,000 remaining in contingencies. What was it? What did we start off with? 1.9?
You started off with 5% of the total, so it was $1.9 million, $1.8 million, I believe,
And
off
we're
the top of my head.
85% completed. That's what I read from the memo. So
Right, it's roughly
Yeah,
5%
I was-
completed, and that can be debated.
Supervisor Campbell took the notes off my paper. Yeah, because I've built a home before, and yeah, the big change orders for me were if there was change at the final. But it's interesting that it's kind of opposite in this. So that was my concern is 85% complete, and we're heading into the final stages. I didn't think we'd have enough money, but I hope we do, and I agree with everything they said about the timeline to have that reviewed.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, just to be clear, one of the reasons, probably the most important reason for me that I want that storyboard is to baseline, okay? We are getting down to the cuticle clipping on this project, okay? And mostly we're down to the cuticle clipping on our contingencies, okay? So what I want to do is have a clear understanding between all of our contractors, Harris included, that here's where we are. From here on out, we're going to be micromanaging every single change order that comes in, okay? And they're going to have to justify it. And I mean, Harris is going to have to come in here and tell this board, as far as I'm concerned, where they went wrong. I want them to agree, okay, no more slips, no more this, no more that. Sheriff, no more slips, no, okay.
Right.
Have all the partners in the room when this storyboard goes up, okay, we don't have a lot of flexibility left. So just go get this thing done.
Get it done.
Get her done.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 21?
Consideration of approving an agreement, amendment number 1 to the Lionakis Agreement for additional required work related to the adjusted construction timeline for the jail project.
Okay, so this is a continuation of the discussion that we just finished. So in regards to the jail project, we entered into a contract with Lionakis for the Phase 2 work for the jail project January 5th, 2016. With that proposal that they gave us at that time, we anticipated that this project, including the 90 days of rain days, would be ending in October of this previous year. As we've been discussing, that's not the case, and we're probably over 4 or 5 months from that period. With that, we still need Lionakis to be out there to respond to questions, work with us in problem solving, getting the issues resolved with Harris, working day to day, coming to the site, doing field reports. They still need to do the punch list, and there's a lot of activities with that. So one component of what's before you in this contract amendment is exactly that, for Lionakis to be out on site, to continue working the issues, working the either reviewing the submittals or answering questions. The second half of this proposal is AV specialist assistance. The jail, as a reminder, is 60,000 square foot building. It is 2 stories. There are 8 housing units. There will be over 18 TVs, monitors in the facilities. To design the facility, the system, the AV system, is very complex. The Sheriff's Administration needs different programmings, the ability to shut them off in different locations from either central control or pod controls. They need to be able to maybe turn them off in one housing unit but have them on in other housing units. They may need to restrict channels in certain pods or only have other channels in another one. So to do that, Lionakis worked with us, and they brought on an AV specialist to work with Gabe Peterson, who is our AV specialist, and design the system, help us go out and bid for the system. We'll follow through the installation of the system and then do the punch list and training at the end to make sure that the sheriff's staff is aware of how to use the system at the end. So with this, for your consideration, is this amendment with those 2 components. I will tell you right now, I had a very stern conversation both with Lionakis and Moss. So back in December, we already did a contract amendment with Moss to carry them through the rest of the project. With Lionakis, when we were first looking at February as the end date, they submitted a proposal. With it now going to either April or May, Lionakis says we want more money. I said no. Don't even think about coming back and asking for more money. You will, exactly like we were talking about Supervisor Rutherford, there is some portion of this that they can have ownership in. And so they're not coming back. When this item, when Moss saw this item and we were going back for an amendment, they came back and asked for some additional money. I said, you already had it. Don't even think about coming back here. Your job is to get this project done, and within the budget. So don't even ask me for any more money. You're out here to finish this project. So I can tell you that staff will not be coming before you for any more amendments for either of those 2 contracts. We will, one of the things we talked about is if whatever date, and again, we're still in negotiations, whatever date we think should be the appropriate date, should they be finished, we're adding then language that anything past whatever that date is that we select, Harris is on the hook for paying any additional funds to any of our contractors or any of the items that we have to have as far as some of our subcontractors if there's any more delays past whatever date we select. So before you is that amendment with Lionakis. Again, it's for 2 different scopes of work. One is to keep them on the site to the end of the project, and the other is for the AV specialist.
Okay, is this included in the previous comment about what's left in our contingency?
That's correct. So when you look at the $417,000 in contingencies, this has already been accounted for in that amount.
Okay. You said a very dirty word.
Okay,
You said may.
I did.
Okay.
And that's that's why I said that doesn't work for me, and I don't think it works for my board. And so in regards to that, that's why when I brought you change order number 7, I didn't come with a date, because I need to work with Lionakis and Moss and have that we have a meeting set up for the 28th with Harris.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to be talking about,
Okay.
what that date is and what that means.
If they want to come back, as far as I'm concerned, they want to come back for a date after April. I don't like April. They want to come back for a date after April. You can tell them they're going to have to come in here and sit at that table and tell me why, and tell the rest of this board why they can't make April.
I'd be happy to do that.
Supervisor Campbell.
First off, Mo, thank you very much for talking about these things and for all the hard work. You're getting met with all the frustration. I wish some of the contractors had sent representatives here so they could hear this as well and not just have to go through you as a conduit. I hope they're paying attention and they're hearing this because it is very frustrating. The basic question I had was with this particular contract with Lionakis, I agree with the audiovisual portion of it.
Yeah.
But my question was, is that just for their assistants coordinating it, or will they actually be purchasing equipment? Is that part of some of the installation and equipment purchase, or is it just consulting work that they're doing?
So their scope of work, Supervisor Campbell, includes the design, overseeing the installation. So they're not going to install it themselves. They're going to supervise the person who's overseeing it. And then they're going to be working on the assisting us, making sure that it's vetted. So going through and making sure the system works to the standards and what the Sheriff Administration needs and wants for the facility. So they're going to go through and do the punch list and make sure the system, drag the system through a test run.
Okay.
And then make sure there's manuals and things set up. So when everyone leaves, we can operate the system.
Okay. I guess what I was getting at is IT, they're going to be working with IT, and is IT directly going to be doing the purchasing and installation work themselves, or is that something else that Harris is
we have a, so this is why this is,
I'm looking for other bills that are going to be coming.
No.
Down
So
the
we've
road.
hired Conte to install this system. And Conte, and it's already accounted for within your funds. If you see the chart that I gave you, Conte is down there as one of your subcontractors that we have hired. That they're county, they're not affiliated with Harris. This is something that we're directing the work, we're installing, we're verifying. So Harris has nothing to do with this. They're going to come in and install this system, and the company's name is Conte.
Okay.
And IT did the RFP for it. Gabe Peterson, who is our AV specialist for the county, is working in conjunction with Lionakis and their consultants on that. And then what they're doing is they have been working with the sheriff's team as far as what their needs are and what they want, what their requirements are, as I mentioned. Because it's not an easy plug in the TV and we're done kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If we hired a subcontractor to install the video, all that visual stuff, isn't that part of their job to do that and to make sure it's up and working? Why do we need Lionakis to oversee it? I mean,
no.
What benefit do we have?
So Conte, all they do is installation.
Right.
You tell them what the job is, and they just do it. We couldn't just tell them what the job was. Our AV specialist has not done this level of work.
I can understand
And
that.
so we need someone to come in, and we could tell our AV specialist and the consultants what we wanted. It was then the AV specialist who then developed the scope of work, what kind of machines were needed, what kind of cabling was required, what they needed as far as rack space, what protection was needed for the TVs, how was the sound going to be integrated into them, how could we then have shutoffs, so you could shut off from the pod controls down below, or you could shut it off in central control, or you can shut off the TVs throughout the whole building upstairs in admin. So it was a lot more complicated than just hiring someone and saying, here you go, we needed a scope of work.
Okay.
Is there any public comment?
This seems like a boatload of money to me. And I seem to recall when we were having a discussion that Lionakis said that they had done facilities like this before. This isn't their first prison or jail, is it?
Yes, it's not their first jail. They have several, they have done several, and they're in the middle of doing several.
So why am I paying $350,000 so they can finish up the job? I just think that's a boatload of money.
So I think, Mo, what you're hearing is frustration from the community. We're hearing it, the same frustration that's being expressed from this board.
Right.
You get it. Again, this is not pointed at you. And I actually agree with Supervisor Rotifer. If there are going to be further changes, they need to come and sit and explain it and make the case. Having said that,
I'll make a motion here in a second, but I'm going to make a comment. Let's, as sort of harsh as I've been, let's please make sure that, well, I'll tell you right up front, and I'll tell Sheriff Pooley this as well, okay? From here on out, we're not gilding any lilies, as far as I'm concerned, okay? If it's something that he doesn't absolutely need for safety, public safety in that facility, if we haven't thought of it already, it's too late to start thinking about it, okay? I don't want us to be the reason to spend any more of our contingency money. And I'll be glad to have that. I'll talk to him tomorrow when I see him.
Okay.
We need to get this thing done. And with that, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Great.
opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mo. Okay. We are going to pull item 22 and item 25 and put those on a future board agenda. Will the clerk please read our closed session item 24?
This is closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is County Council.
Is there any public comment? Do we anticipate a report out? Being none, we're going to adjourn to closed session.